Right.
I'm just sticking up for you. I mean, I'm 6:30 in the morning. I'm in Russia.
Yeah, no, you're very loving and kind, God brother, for thinking of me, Jaiman. But you
Well,
know,
I can understand. I'm your age. We're both the same age. You can't stay up. We can't stay up like we were. We're not 20 anymore. We can't stay up till midnight.
but
Right.
once we get going,
I'm
I
just
don't want to leave once we get going. So that's my
well.
problem. I'm
If
actually my
you,
own.
well, the thing is, if you want to hang in there, go ahead. But then you have to take extra sleep during the daytime to make up for the sleep you lost. You know, like a couple
Yeah.
hours.
Take a little snap after lunch.
I do it all the time.
Like all civilized people do.
I
Okay, this is
siesta.
all. Everything you're saying right now is being recorded and and will be held in court.
I don't care. That's true. What I said is true.
No, no, it's
No,
cool.
I mean really, every great civilization they take a little
Fiesta.
siesta after the fiesta. You know, you take a little Prabhupada says snap, a short nap. You know, he did.
No,
Little
in
fiesta.
India, in India, we had to do this. The heat was so extreme. By midday, you were wiped out totally.
Yeah. Did you say
Okay, great. Does everyone?
chapter 22, the deliverance of Salva? Was that it?
No, it's the one before. I've got the Krishna book song on the screen. You'll have to mute if you want to sing along. You have to mute yourself, otherwise all the voices will be colliding and bouncing.
I won't sing. I won't sing.
No, it's better not to sing.
Krishna, whoops. Krishna, 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 hey. 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 Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschat Chadesha Tarine. So I just sent a little message to Rupanuga Prabhu. He went to the doctor last Friday. I don't know if he wants me to mention, but he's just, doing a health checkup, and he was saying his metabolism is also compromised. He's actually suffers from the same thing I do, and that is, breaking the biological alarm clock, which is called the circadian, and
Circadian rhythm.
yeah, and get out of sync. And because if I'm staring at a screen just before I go to sleep, well, I won't go to sleep for at least another hour, because it's like the sun has risen. It's time to start the day at 9:30 at night. So anyway,
the screen gives off some kind of radiation.
Also,
the computer screen, whatever, there's notebook or desktop.
It's called electromagnetic frequencies, EMFs.
So also there are different different time zones, 2-hour time periods with different energy. If I don't fall asleep before 12:15, 12:20, I'll be laying down. I'll be awake till 3 o'clock in the morning. I will not fall asleep. Different energy. Different energy.
Yeah. So even though I love hearing from Rupanuga Prabhu, I think even if I don't care about myself so much, I should not be selfish and keep him up till 11:30 at night, because that's what we've been.
This is not your doing alone. We're all doing it together.
We're all
getting excited and keeping the meeting going for 4 hours. I mean, that's what's going on.
Yeah, because for me, as much as I love the Krishna book and it's pure nectar, and I love to hear everyone's comments from that, it's the elaborations on the different points that are fascinating as well. At least they are for me. Sure. Hare Krishna Das, I didn't say Hari Bol to you. Thank you so much for coming back.
You're welcome.
Jai. Krishna Das is our youngest and most enthusiastic reader. He's totally fired up. And
you appreciated the post you put up.
Sorry?
Appreciated the post.
Oh, you put up. I was advertising that we have Krishna Das reading with us now. He's our mascot. And so I guess for you, Jai Madhava Prabhu, because of the way you have your overhead lighting, we can't get more light to see your handsome face. I guess that's about the extent of it, right?
I can't do any better than this.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Me. I got the light right on me, so that's the best I can do.
Okay. No problem. All right. So let me find the book here. I'm just gonna take a really quick jump over to I wish I had the extra money, because I would actually call Rupanuga right now. I have a Canadian landline, so I can't really call America, and he doesn't have WhatsApp because he doesn't have a mobile phone. He just uses a computer. So but I wish I could, hey Rupanuga, are you coming now? We're waiting for you. But I don't know. I did send him an email a few minutes ago, and I'll just see very quickly to see if there's a response from him on whether he's going to be able to show tonight or not. Okay, some good. I see Rupanuga answered here. Okay, I've got a few different emails, so I'll look in this other one where I just told them we're reading about shelva tonight. And regarding shelva, I also dug up my alien identity book here, in which Sadaputa Prabhu talks about shelva as an alien with his Vimana, with his spaceship. He talks about it in that book, which I think is a cool way of approaching our philosophy, for the occult people into sci-fi. And so he's using that kind of, I guess you could say, portal, or that topic. Jai, Nanda Patni's come here. Obeisances to you, God's sister. Yes. It would not be complete without Nanda Patni Devi Dasi's presence. So thank
Yeah.
you for coming. She's just living in the Garden of Eden there. She's just growing all kinds of exotic fruits every day and exotic flowers, but still she makes the time to come and read with us. So
I
thank you.
just had the great fortune of taking a disabled friend of mine to the temple, and it was so wonderful. I got to read her Krishna book in the temple room, and she absolutely loved it. She absolutely adores the devotees, and yeah, it was precious.
Well, that's wonderful
Oh,
story.
nice.
That's nice.
She's so is she? How do you know her?
Well,
Not from,
I knew her from years ago.
I see.
She's got Sukriti because Mula Prakriti befriended her.
Oh, wow.
We lived on the same land.
Hey, okay.
And then she was hit by a car and had,
Oh, no.
complete brain damage, was in a
Krishna.
coma for weeks. Nobody knew if she'd live or not.
Wow.
But she got her speech back. She's very
Wow.
disabled. But on a quiet day in the week, I can take her to the temple. And she's really making such headway. I noticed that she had actually bought herself java beads from online, which I thought was so adorable.
Wow.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Prabhupada said that we call something a miracle when we don't understand how Krishna is working. So yeah,
Interesting. Yeah.
Krishna's been working on her. Okay, so why don't we read either one big paragraph each or two small paragraphs each, and I've got additional comments from Sadhuputa Prabhu. I think mostly we'll see if we have time. All right, so I'll start, and then Madhavi is next, and then Sevananda is next, and then Jai Madhava, and then Nandapatni, you're after that. That's the order I have. Does everyone have that sort of in their brain?
Yeah. I'm after who?
You're after Sevananda, and Sevananda is
Okay.
after Madhavi and Krishnadas.
Okay.
Will you be
great.
Will you be reading tonight also, Krishnadas?
Maybe.
Okay. We'll see if Krishna inspires you or not. We'll see if Krishna inspires you. And here's another suggestion I have for everyone is, we've tried different ways of reading the Prabhupada's books together, and sometimes we read just a paragraph and then we go off on a tangent because someone had a point to make and then go way out there, and then we'd come back maybe 15-20 minutes later, and that doesn't really help us to cover much reading. So what I'd like to suggest, and what I do, is I keep a pen and a paper on hand, and as we're going through it and something jumps out at me, either a comment or a question, then I just make in shorthand, I just make a little note of that to come back, because it's hard to remember your points after we've read, at least it is for me, to read through a whole pastime. And then, when I ask, so let's have some reflections. Would anyone like to share points? Because, we did that with Sri Ishopanishad the other day, and practically nobody had anything to say about there wasn't a whole lot of comments about the actual, what we read. And Prabhupada covered a lot of points. So, anyway, that's just a suggestion. That's what I do anyway. Okay, so chapter 21, the battle between Shelva and the Yadu Dynasty. And I did a little research, and I found out that Shelva is from an area up near Pakistan. If I would have made more time, I could have actually done a slideshow on it, but I'm not so together. But at least that's the point of reference. But Shelva is coming to Dwarka, right? He's coming to attack Dwarka. That's what this is all about. And there's a famous statement in this pastime. I think it's Krishna that says to him, heroes, how does it go? Heroes don't talk much? Something like that? Okay, so while Shukadev Goswami was narrating various activities of Lord Krishna in playing the role of an ordinary human being, he also narrated the history of the battle between the dynasty of Yadu and a demon of the name Shelva, who had managed to possess a wonderful airship named Salva. King Shelva was a great friend of Shishupal's. When Shishupal went to marry Rukmini, Shelva was one of the members of the bridegroom's party. When there was a fight between the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty and the kings of the opposite side, Shelva was defeated by the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. But despite his defeat, he made a promise before all kings that he would, in the future, rid the whole world of all the members of the Yadu dynasty. Sounds a little vindictive. Since his defeat in the fight during the marriage of Rukmini, he had maintained within himself an unforgettable envy of Lord Krishna. And he was, in fact, a fool because he had promised to kill Krishna. So, Madhavi and Krishnadas.
Usually such foolish demons take shelter of a demigod like Lord Shiva to execute their ulterior plans. And so Shelva, in order to get strength, took shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. He underwent a severe type of austerity,
during which he would eat no more than a handful of ashes daily. Lord Shiva, the husband of Parvati, is generally very merciful, and he becomes very quickly satisfied if someone undertakes severe austerities in order to please him.
So after continued austerities by Shalva for 1 year, Lord Shiva became pleased with him and asked him to beg for the fulfillment of his desire.
Thank you. Sevananda Prabhu.
Salva begged from Lord Shiva the gift of an airplane, which would be so strong that it could not be destroyed by any demigod, demon, human being, Gandharva, Naga, or even by any Rakshasa. Moreover, he desired that the airplane be able to fly anywhere and everywhere he would like to pilot it, and be specifically very dangerous and fearful to the dynasty of the Yadus. Lord Shiva immediately agreed to give him the benediction, and Shalva took the help of the demon Maya to manufacture this iron airplane, which was so strong and formidable that no one could crash it. It was a very big machine, almost like a big city, and it could fly so high and at such great speed that it was almost impossible to see where it was. And so there was no question of attacking it. Although it might be dark outside, the pilot could fly it anywhere and everywhere. Having acquired such a wonderful airplane, Shelva flew it to the city of Dwarka because his main purpose in obtaining the airplane was to attack the city of the Yadus, toward whom he maintained a continual feeling of animosity.
Thank you. Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Salva thus not only attacked the city of Dwarka from the sky, but he also surrounded the city by a large number of infantry. The soldiers on the surface began to attack the beautiful spots of the city. They began to destroy the baths, the city gates, the palaces, and the skyscraper houses, the high walls around the city, and the beautiful spots where the people would gather for recreation. While the soldiers were attacking on the surface, the airplane began to drop big slabs of stone, tree trunks, thunderbolts, poisonous snakes, and many other dangerous things. Salva also managed to create such a strong whirlwind within the city that all of Dwarka became dark because of the dust that covered the sky. The airplane occupied by Salva put the entire city of Dwarka into distress equal to that caused on the earth long, long ago by the disturbing activities of Tripurasura, The inhabitants of Dwarkapuri became so harassed that they were not in a peaceful condition for even a moment.
Wow.
That's heavy.
The great heroes of Dwarka city, headed by commanders such as Pradyumna, counterattacked the soldiers and the airplane of Shelva. When he saw the extreme distress of the citizens, Pradyumna immediately arranged his soldiers and personally got upon a chariot, encouraging the citizens by assuring safety. Following his command, many warriors like Satyaki, Charu Deshna, and Samba, all young brothers of Pradyumna, as well as Akrura, Kritavarma, Bhanuvindu, Gada, Shuka, and Sarna, all came out of the city to fight with Shelva. All of them were great fighters. Each one could fight with thousands of men, and all were equipped with necessary weapons and assisted by hundreds and thousands of charioteers, elephants, horses, and infantry soldiers. Fierce fighting began between the two parties, exactly as was formerly carried on between the demigods and the demons. The fighting was very severe, and whoever observed the fierce nature of the fight felt his hairs stand on end.
Pradyumna immediately counteracted the mystic demonstration occasioned by the airplane of Shelva, the king of Salva. By the mystic power of the airplane, Shelva had created our darkness as dense as night, but Pradyumna all of a sudden appeared like the rising sun. As with the rising of the sun, the darkness of night is immediately dissipated, so with the appearance of Pradyumna, the power exhibited by Shelva became null and void. Each and every one of Pradyumna's arrows had a golden feather at the end, and the shaft was fitted with a sharp iron edge. By releasing 25 such arrows, Pradyumna severely injured Shelva's commander-in-chief. He then released another 100 arrows toward the body of Shelva. After this, he pierced each and every soldier by releasing one arrow, and he killed the chariot drivers by firing 10 arrows at each one of them. The carriers, like the horses and elephants, were killed by the release of 3 arrows directed toward each one of them. Wow. When everyone present on the battlefield saw this wonderful feat of Pradyumna, the great fighters on both the sides began to praise his acts of chivalry, Madhavi and Krishnadas.
But still, the airplane occupied by Shelva was very mysterious. It was so extraordinary that sometimes there would appear to be many airplanes in the sky. Sometimes it would be seen that there was none. Sometimes it was visible, and sometimes it was not visible. The warriors of the Yadu Dynasty became puzzled about the whereabouts of the peculiar airplane. Sometimes they would see the airplane on the ground, and sometimes they would see it flying in the sky.
Sometimes they would see the airplane resting on the peak of a hill, and sometimes it was seen floating on the water. The wonderful airplane was flying in the sky like a firefly in the wind. It was not steady even for a moment.
But despite the mysterious maneuvering of the airplane, the commanders and the soldiers of the Yadu Dynasty would immediately rush toward Salva wherever he was present with his airplane and soldiers. The arrows released by the dynasty of the Yadus were as brilliant as the sun and as dangerous as the tongues of serpents. All the soldiers fighting on the battlefield of Shelva became soon distressed by the incessant release of arrows upon them by the heroes of the Yadu dynasty. And Salva himself became unconscious from the attack of these arrows.
Very good, Krishna Das. Madhavi, you didn't really get a turn.
The soldiers and the fighters fighting on behalf of Shalva were also very strong, and the release of their arrows also harassed the heroes of the Yadu dynasty. But still, the Yadus were so strong and determined that they did not move from their strategic positions. The heroes of the Yadu dynasty were determined to either die in the battlefield or gain victory. They were confident of the fact that if they would die in the fighting, they would attain a heavenly planet. And if they would come out victorious, they would enjoy the world. The name of Shalva's commander-in-chief was Duman. He was very powerful, and although bitten by 25 of Pradyumna's arrows, he suddenly attacked Pradyumna with his fierce club and struck him so strongly that Pradyumna became unconscious. Immediately there was a roaring, "Now he is dead! Now he is dead!" The force of the club on the chest of Pradyumna was very severe, enough to tear asunder the chest of an ordinary man.
Okay, now who was it? I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second. So Duman, Shalva's commander, he attacked Pradyumna.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
he was attacked by Pradyumna also, and
Yes.
and he returned that attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With an
Okay,
attack.
Pradyumna was knocked unconscious.
Yeah, it would have torn asunder the chest of an ordinary man, but this was Pradyumna, so.
So it wasn't ordinary.
So he was just knocked out. They thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Pradyumna's chariot was being driven by the son of Daruka. According to Vedic military principles, the chariot driver and the hero on the chariot have to cooperate during the fighting. As such, it is the duty of the chariot driver to take care of the hero on the chariot during the dangerous and precarious fighting on the battlefield. Thus, Daruka removed the body of Pradyumna from the battlefield. 2 hours later, in a quiet place, Pradyumna regained his consciousness, and when he saw he was in a place other than the battlefield, he addressed the charioteer and condemned him. "Oh, you have done the most abominable act. Why have you moved me from the battlefield, my dear charioteer? I have never heard that anyone in our family was ever removed from the battlefield. None of them left the battlefield while fighting. By this removal, you have overburdened me with a great defamation. It will be said that I left the battlefield while fighting was going on. My dear charioteer, I must accuse you. You are a coward and emasculator. Tell me, how can I go before my uncle Balarama and before my father Krishna, and what will I say before them? Everyone will talk about me and say that I fled from the fighting place. And if they inquire from me about this, what will be my reply? My sisters-in-law will play jokes upon me with sarcastic words. My dear hero, how have you become such a coward? How have you become such a eunuch?
Wow.
How have you become so low in the eyes of the fighters who oppose you? I think, my dear charioteer, that you have committed a great offense by removing me from the battlefield."
Wow. Nandapatni.
Sorry, unmuting. The charioteer of Pradyumna replied, "My dear sir, I wish a long life for you. I think I didn't do anything wrong, as it is the duty of the charioteer to help the fighter in the chariot when he is in a precarious condition. My dear sir, you're completely competent in the battlefield activities, and it's the mutual duty of the charioteer and the warrior to give protection to each other in a precarious condition. I was completely aware of the regulative principles of fighting, and I did my duty. The enemy all of a sudden struck you with his club so severely that you lost consciousness. You were in a dangerous position, surrounded by your enemies. Therefore, I was obliged to act as I did. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta Purport of the second volume, 21st chapter of Krishna, the battle between Shelva and the members of the Yadu dynasty.
Very interesting. What do you think, Nandapatni?
Well, you have to get a taste for all the battle stuff. If you know what I mean. Like I was saying a few months ago, all the head chopping and the whatnot. But once you
It's
sort
pretty
of
fun to hear
do,
about people dying.
once you get into it, it has its own. I mean, I'm being very subjective here, but it has its own kind of taste to it.
Uh-huh.
But you kind of got to get absorbed in it to really relish, you know, the significance of everything.
It's interesting how Daruka is he's asserting himself. He's not cowering himself before Pradyumna. He's actually defending his position, saying, "Hey, you know, it's my duty to protect you and take you off the battlefield and nurse you." And
Pradyumna was very, you know, I mean, he was really pretty damning, and but nonetheless, what came across to me there was this tremendous sort of oath of chivalry that they are sworn to as Kshatriyas, and that anything that sort of smacks of some kind of cowardice or lack of chivalry is like utter dishonor to them, which is obviously the way Pradyumna felt. Yeah.
also, what I like about this, what this is giving me, is that because I'm reflecting on myself, because I saved somebody's life once. They tried to commit suicide, and I rushed them to the hospital. And the doctor told me if I would have brought them half an hour later, they would have left their body. They had to take a bunch of, what's it called? Charcoal. Because the charcoal helped to absorb all the sleeping pills they had taken. And when I told this person after that, the doctor told me if I had not rushed you to the hospital sooner, you would have been dead. And they said to me, "Oh no, I knew how many sleeping pills." And they were in complete denial. And I remember I felt a little angry because I thought, wow, I really tried my best to help you, and you can't even say a thank you. But so similarly, I'm looking at this, and Pradyumna, he's not thanking Daruka. He's saying, "What did you do? My sisters are gonna berate me. Oh, hero! Now you've become a eunuch, and what's Krishna and Balaram gonna say?" And he was concerned about his reputation more than anything. It appears. He's
But
not
I think that's I don't know that was sort of egotistical on his part. I just think it was the code of chivalry was so severe.
Uh-huh.
That's sort of what I took away from it.
But you don't see any thank you here either. There's no thank yous.
Well, yeah, I get your point. Maybe someone else has got an insight.
No, thank you for saving my life.
Right. Exactly.
You should have left me in the battlefield.
Yeah.
We're talking about a different time and a different mentality of people.
Yes.
And in Kali Yuga, it's like we're so completely the opposite of what people were like back then in Krishna's time. It's not for real, they had ethics, they had chivalry, they had some even between enemies there was some degree of respect between each other. But now it's just honor. There was honor back then. There's no honor now. Zero. 100% the opposite. Another point that was obvious. Salva's ship that was said to be as big as a city.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't help but think of many of the sightings of the UFOs that have been seen over the decades.
Mm-hmm.
Some have been as big as a city. Seriously.
Really? I never heard that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, as big as a city, several blocks long, several city blocks long. Yeah, absolutely. So these probably are demons coming to visit us. I don't think they're devas.
Right.
Ajay Madhava Prabhu, your screen is completely off now. You're just a black box.
I don't know what happened. Let me see what I'm doing here. Stop video, mute video. Stop.
Should have.
Let me see if I can get start video.
Thank you, Should have.
Sorry about that. I didn't know it was like that.
Thank you, Should have Sindhu, for coming all the way from Malaysia. Hare Krishna.
Can you see me now?
Perfectly, yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah, that's much better. How's your son? Good?
Yeah.
No, I was asking Should have Sindhu.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I didn't know you had a son.
Yeah, I have a stepson, sure.
Okay.
He's a devotee.
Thank you. I've got many points I'd like to share, but
Go ahead.
I want.
I'm sure.
If you have other points to make, I'll wait till you make yours and then I'll make mine.
The thing about the demoniac ships showing up, I've even seen them here in Russia. I mean, I don't want to sound like a crackpot, but I've actually, even my wife, we saw them in Moscow, and they're huge. They appeared out of nowhere, like around 9 o'clock at night, just before the sun was going down. And actually, right across the street from my house, right above the treetops. I mean, close, not far away, like you see some of these UFO sightings. I mean, this thing was like touching the roofs, and it was stunning to see. And it only lasted about 30, 40 seconds. I didn't even have time to get a camera to take a picture, but it was shocking to see.
Can you be a little more descriptive? Because
it was a ship of some sort that wasn't of this earth.
Aren't ships supposed to be in the water?
And it just appeared suddenly over the rooftops of the buildings, and it was huge. I even saw windows on it, and then it was gone. Yeah, it was circular in size. But
Krishna Das asked, aren't ships supposed to only be in water?
No, this was a spaceship.
He doesn't know.
No way.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no way this was from Earth. No way.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments on what we just read? Reflections? If you don't, I've got plenty of points to make, which I think will cause you to make many comments.
Yeah, one more comment. When we're talking about Shelva attacking Krishna's city, the brutality of these demons is just off the charts. They're just, wow. You know what I mean? That's a comment.
I've just created a background of Dwarka in my view, because this is what Shelva came to attack. He came to attack Dwarka. Oh. That's one artist's rendition of Dwarka.
Oh yeah, when it was talking about Dwarka, it was talking about, it actually mentioned skyscrapers. So obviously there were skyscrapers even at that time, but not like what we have today. But they must have had very, very tall, multi-story. It said skyscraper, so it must have been a skyscraper, but not like the ones we have in Kali Yuga.
Not square and hard and just made out of glass.
Yeah, but they definitely had skyscrapers. So this type of technology,
it was not unknown. Yeah, Prabhupada in a Prabhupadism, he would call them skyscrapers.
Yeah, right.
Scrapping the skies.
Yeah.
So a few points I have, unless anyone else has something to say, is how I was describing that Salva, I believe, took shelter of Lord Shiva. And because demons like to take shelter of Lord Shiva to get material boons. So I think I brought it up before that our godbrother Ramanath Sukha Prabhu was encouraging devotees at Bhaktivedanta Manor to celebrate Shivaratri by honoring Lord Shiva on that day. And the devotees had some reticence about that, saying, wow, wait a minute, Prabhupada never did that in his time. But then recently I found out that according to the Hari Bhakti Vilas, not only is Janmashtami recommended to be celebrated, but Shivaratri is also recommended to be celebrated. Of course, Srila Prabhupada is our Guru Maharaj, so we accept his final word. And we know in the Krishna book earlier it said Nanda Maharaj and some of the other Gopas, they just happened to celebrate Shivaratri that time, although it was not common for them to do it. But when I've lived in, I lived in temples probably at least 20 years, maybe a little more. And whenever, I was like one of the main brahmacharis there, I would take the opportunity to like cram a whole bunch of quotes in glorification of Lord Shiva. And especially if it fell on a Sunday feast or something, then I would take the opportunity to glorify Lord Shiva based on what Prabhupada said, because a lot of the Indian community, they have misconceptions about Lord Shiva. They'll worship him as if he's Krishna or almost on the same level as Krishna. So I just wanted to throw that out there. The Temple Council in Bhaktivedanta Manor, they're considering whether next year they'll have a Shivaratri in honor of Lord Shiva or not. Does anyone have any thoughts on that before I move on?
I think we've been through this topic before, and
okay.
I mean, my feedback on it formally was that I guess, Prabhupada didn't necessarily want to, sorry, this background noise here, hang on a sec. He didn't want to encourage demigod worship, and Shiva, worship of Shiva could quite easily devolve into that or be misconstrued.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would get all muddled up with, oh, well, yeah, but you're worshiping the demigods, so we want to worship Ganesh. And then, so I think it could kind of go a bit sideways.
What you're saying is you're thinking it's opening Pandora's box?
A little bit. I think it could be, yeah, in a nutshell. It could be quite difficult to keep under control, I think.
Well, without Prabhupada here personally to give guidelines and to correct mistakes, I can tell you positively it would go out of control.
Really?
Oh yeah, especially because the temples are depending on the Indian community, and these Hindus have their own ideas that are separate than what Prabhupada taught us. So and they're influenced by the money, so they would go with rather than offend these people and lose donations, they would make compromises, and then you make one compromise and another, and pretty soon, it's you can't stop it.
Okay, I validate your points, but at various temples I've been, which is usually small temples, where maybe 20, 30, 50, 75 people show up on a Sunday. There was nothing went out of control.
I understand.
No, but there are very big temples now with very, very big Indian communities, Bhaktivedanta Manor being one of them, where you'll get several thousand people show up on a Sunday.
Right.
So, yeah. Anyway.
I've already experienced at Bhaktivedanta Manor. My grandson was born on Gaur Purnima, so after his first year, we were going to go to the temple for Gaur Purnima. And at Bhaktivedanta Manor, it was a celebration of Holi instead of Gaur Purnima. So I agree with Jai Madhava that it would spiral out of control without Prabhupada's guidance.
Yeah, I've personally seen it. I was in one temple in the city I was living in America, and they were doing Durga Puja with the curtain, the doors were open and Radha Krishna Dinis were exposed, and they didn't have Durga on the altar with Radha Krishna Dinis, but outside the altar, and Durga's back was to Radha Krishna the whole time.
Mm.
And I just watched this whole thing and was astonished that they would do this.
But that means that the temple president was not on top of things.
It wasn't just the temple
but
president.
he's making the point, Gaura, about the pressure group. You can get within the not to be critical, but what can slip into the Hinduization within ISKCON. So I think Prabhupada never established it. So I think it's just wise to stick with Prabhupada's formula, if you will, and then, just give honor verbally from Prabhupada's books about what a great Vaishnava Lord Shiva is. I mean, that's good enough to.
Right. That's my intention.
Yeah,
Just
I
to read
totally agree. Yeah.
verification of Lord Shiva. I'm not saying everyone should get a Chilam and Shambhu, Om Namo Shivaya, and all that crazy stuff. I'm not suggesting. All by Prabhupada. Just by Prabhupada. Anyway, I was thinking if I ever had a little center, since we say Yata Vaishnavanam Shambhu, Lord Shiva is the greatest of all Vaishnavas, but other than Bhagavatam class, we practically never talk about him, although we're reading about him in Krishna book. Like I've often thought, you go to a lot of yoga studios. I've done kirtan by myself in yoga studios. They're really into Lord Shiva there. I'm not going to go chanting Om Namo Shivaya. I know one kirtanier, one godbrother that does. I don't think I would do that.
But they don't have any real understanding at all. It's a sort of a hodgepodge of, Hindu mysticism as far as they're going. Because he smokes ganja or whatever, they think it's all hip, which is kind of daft.
So therefore, I'm saying that is a wonderful opportunity to glorify Lord Shiva. They already appreciate him in some sentimental way, but they don't have the Vaishnav Siddhanta. So it's a preaching opportunity. Okay. Anyway, I was just thinking how who was it? Was it Shelva that was eating ashes every day? He was performing austerities to get power.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, like, that's quite holistic. Eating ashes for 1 year.
Well, that sounds like a Shivite thing, because the Shivites cover themselves top to tail in ashes.
Right. I mean, there's what's it called? Soil-based organisms, SBO. Because I'm working in the nutraceutical industry, there was one supplement which was actually a refined form of dirt, and it was being sold. Of course, it was purified and everything, but it was being sold as a rich source of probiotics. But I can't imagine eating ashes for 1 year. That'd be you need to add some water to that. It's pretty austere. So I'm trying to help Sevananda. I wish Shikarani was here, because what happens to Sevananda is his Zoom cuts off and then he can't get back in. That's why he disappeared just now. And I'm writing to him on Facebook. Just make sure that you're using the same ID code that's registered and after you click on the link. So that's really too bad. I hope he gets back in. Yeah, as I was hearing how was it that Dwarka was getting, I guess Dwarka was actually getting pounded, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry for the mundane comparison, but I was just thinking about how Ukraine's getting pounded right now, and history repeats itself. It's going on 5,000 years later. Same old, same old.
Well, the one thought, when we were reading about this phenomenon of the demons and the devotees, which of course the Bhagavatam is littered with all these stories of this, that this is reflected even in our world, with the ghastly weapons people developing, biotech and nuclear and things intended to inflict enormous pain, and planting all these landmines all over the ground so that they can't farm anymore, and really demoniac. This divine and the demoniac is alive and kicking, isn't it, within our realm?
Even as we speak right now, they're in the lab, putting out the monkeypox virus and Marburg and you name it.
Yeah, apparently the everyone uses the internet, and we're all using the computers and Zoom. Apparently, this 5G technology is intertwined with the jabs.
Yeah.
You know about that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they've got such a diabolical plan. It's not.
Yeah.
It's off the charts. You know.
You have to hit the switch, and it does what they intended to do. One thing that impressed me is the archery of Pradyumna. And I was thinking, even today, people are into archery, right? They set up areas where people
Yeah.
can shoot.
My family was very involved in archery.
Oh, really? Were you an archer too?
No, it was actually a family that my sister married into, and they used to go to, it goes, so it's totally mundane, but it kind of goes back to Robin Hood time. It was called Meriden, and people would go and compete in longbow. So longbow is about almost like a 6-foot bow.
Wow.
And my brother-in-law's family had sort of won the trophies in that for over 100 years. So everyone in that family generationally learned to shoot.
So it sounds like there's some Kshatriya blood in your family.
Oh yeah, I mean, my sister had 3 redheaded daughters, and they all used to shoot. And she was a redhead, so these 4 women would line up.
Wow.
Shoot longbow. Yeah, and they would win. They would win.
Wow, they're good.
Yeah, it was in the blood.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We may have a baroness or a lady amongst us this evening. We didn't know about your royalty, your royal heritage. So yeah, it was amazing. I mean, when you hear that Pradyumna is shooting all these arrows all at the same time, it's like, it's inconceivable. And so it's called Dhanur Veda. Dhanur Dara is another name of Arjuna, right? He's the carrier of the Dara, the carrier of, like Giri Dara, the carrier of Giri, Govardhan. So he's the Dhanur Dara, famous for carrying the bow. And yeah, archery is an ancient, and so there's a whole Veda on military arts called the Dhanur Veda.
And Lord Ram, isn't this the big Lord Ram breaks the bow, famous?
At the Swayamvara.
Yeah.
One had to be more powerful than hundreds of elephants or something like that to break that bow.
Yeah, I mean, it's wonderfully ancient.
Oh, here's one I wanted to mention for Jayamadava Prabhu to give some background, because he has some Japanese heritage in his family. I don't know if he can comment on this, but when it said that that the soldiers of Shelva were confident that if they die, they would go to heaven, and I immediately thought as a little boy, because I used to watch all these war movies, and it showed the courageous Japanese Zero fighters, the kamikaze pilots, and they take their little shot of sake or whatever, a little bit of wine, and they would valiantly get into their Zero planes to consciously smash into the U.S. aircraft carriers, and they're fired up about this, and I'm going to go to heaven for doing this. And I'm not sure that the American or even the British pilots had that kind of conviction like the Japanese pilots.
When that actually happened, it actually shocked the world, because it showed a dedication that even the Americans didn't conceive or practice. This type of, I'm going to die for my country, literally means I'm willing to commit suicide for my country. This type of total commitment was shocking to the whole world, because this comes from another age, and it had what do you say? It had even in Kali Yuga in the 1930s and 40s, there was still some trace of that in that part of the world in Japan.
Some Vedic culture was in Japan.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Vedic culture, you can see by talking about this, the traces of Vedic culture were even seen as late as the 1930s and 40s in Japan, using World War II as an example. I'm not saying what they did was right or their activities were all this activities, but the point is this absolute commitment. I'm going to die, just like not being taken off the battlefild. I'm going to die here. How dare you take me off the battlefield? Shalva said. I mean, no, not Shalva. Who? I'm sorry, I got mixed up. Yeah, Pradyumna got taken off the battlefield. So, similarly, during World War II, there's no these Japanese guys were, I mean, they were so fierce that look at Japan. It's such a small country on an island, but just the tenacity of these people is right off the charts. So there must be some leftover Vedic culture in Japan and Southeast Asia that wasn't present, say, in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Vikings had that, definitely. I mean, they looked forward to the possibility of feasting with Odin that night if they died on the battlefield.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much for joining us. Our obeisances.
Well, Hare
Hare Krishna, glory to Prabhupada. We just finished reading about the battle of Shalva and about the spirit of chivalry that existed, and how Pradyumna was a really expert archer, shooting so many arrows, and how he got knocked out by Shalva's club, and or was it Domya? Who is it that knocked out Pradyumna? Was it Domya?
Or was Shalva's commander-in-chief's club.
Okay, very good. Krishna Das has been listening very attentively. Thank you, Krishna Das. Yeah. Yeah, that's great that you're here to help us remember.
I also wanted to make another point, because you were talking about the Japanese culture and the war.
Anyone would like to fill in Rupanuga Prabhu on any of the points that were covered, please do that. Go ahead, Jai.
No, go ahead. You can go. Or you tell him.
Jai Madhava, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Honor. That code of honor is basically gone now, but even some remnants of it existed as far back as the 30s and 40s, as we were talking about the Japanese military and World War II and the kamikaze pilots and whatever. I mean, it might be perverted, but it's some weak reflection of what was once Vedic culture. I mean, the commitment of these guys was off the charts. So, the Western, in the West, they had no mindset of this at all. It took them right off guard,
I'm thinking in order to have that level of patriotism, you would have to really have a lot of admiration for your leader, to be willing to die on the battlefield. I mean, we were just reading Rupanuga Prabhu how Pradyumna was feeling embarrassed that his chariot driver, Daruka, pulled him off the battlefield because he was knocked unconscious. And he was thinking, what's Krishna and Balaram going to think about me for being, nobody in our family gets taken off the battlefield. He was really concerned about his reputation. What is in the Bhagavad Gita? I'm trying to remember the statement of Krishna that it's
Yad yada charity shresttas.
No, I'm thinking about the example of that it's
be considered a coward if you don't fight. Didn't Krishna say like that?
Yeah, that's the verse I'm looking for. Exactly. That it's better to die than to live a life of infamy. Infamy is worse than death.
Exactly.
That's Arjuna's argument, right? Infamy is worse than death.
Yes, infamy is worse than, for one who has been honored, infamy is worse than death. Yeah. That's a fact, actually.
The modern counterpart, I think, to this is called patriotism.
Yes.
It has reflects upon one's service to one's country. Very interesting. In 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada considers what he calls national service, community service, social service, sacrifice of one's country may be accepted so that someday one may come to the stage of pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord. So these it actually refers to them as sacrifice, a pre-Krishna conscious stage, which he mentions in the purport to the 11th verse in devotional service, chapter 12. He said, actually, Krishna consciousness is not dependent on anything. He says, so before it had been recommended that you give up the fruits of your activities. And this verse was, if you're unable to work in that consciousness, then try to act giving up all the results of your work and try to be self-situated. So giving up the results of one's work, Srila gives an example in the purport of being patriotic. He says that it is also recommended here because by the practice of giving up the fruits of one's activities, one is sure to purify his mind gradually. And in that purified stage of mind, one becomes able to understand Krishna consciousness. Of course, Krishna consciousness is not dependent on any other experience because Krishna consciousness itself can purify one's mind. But if there are impediments to Krishna consciousness, one may try to give up the result of his action. In that respect, social service, community service, national service, sacrifice for one's country, and so on, may be accepted so that someday one may come to the stage of pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord. And then he goes on to, he says, to sacrifice for the supreme cause, even if he does not know that the supreme cause is Krishna, he will come gradually to understand that Krishna is the supreme cause by the sacrificial method. Now, when it comes down to World War II, Srila Prabhupada was telling one of our godbrothers, whose father fought in the war, like a lot of our fathers did. He said that your father fought in a religious war. He said it is religion to defend yourself when attacked. So the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor ignited for that part of the war a religious practice.
Really?
That's interesting. Wow.
That's what he told our godbrother, that his father fought on religious principle. That is self-defense. Just like we know that if anyone attacks you, your wife, you try to take away your house and set fire, and all this kind of stuff. That requires violence. Self-defense. And that's what got America into the Second World War in Europe also, because the Allies were attacked. So they came in and they actually rescued the war by coming in with all the U.S. materiel and manpower because they had allies. The allies were attacked.
So self-defense is classified as dharma or religious behavior.
Yeah, yes. When Gandhi was asked if his daughter were attacked in front of him, would he defend her? And he said no.
What?
Srila Prabhupada said, no, what foolishness. So-called nonviolence.
He really blew it when he said that.
What a terrible thing to say.
It shows he was sentimental in his understanding.
Yeah.
Well, he's the one who said, well, I don't want to get into that, but he's the one who said that he poetized the Bhagavad Gita. That was his great offense. And he said that the body was, Pandavas were the five senses, and the Balakuk field was the body, the human body, and he poetized the whole thing. And for that reason, he was taken away.
Wow.
The Prabhupada said that.
So I have some quotes here from Saraputa Prabhu from his book, Alien Identities, which I've never read and always meant to read. Just a couple of pages here where he's talking about Shelva's airship. And if I have your permission, I'd like to read from it. And you can interrupt me anytime you like.
You don't need my permission.
The aerial bombardment of Dwarka This is from a section called Transhuman Contact in Vedic Civilization.
Hmm.
Vedic accounts of close encounter phenomena. And he says a number of interesting parallels with UFO accounts can be found in the story of Shelva in the 10th canto of the Bhagavad Purana. Shelva was a king of this earth who developed an intense animosity toward Lord Krishna and vowed to destroy Krishna's city of Dwarka. To do this, he acquired a remarkable vimana, by worshipping Lord Shiva. I will begin by quoting a description of the flight of Shalva's Vimana, which is referred to by the translator as an airplane. The airplane occupied by Shalva was very mysterious. We just read this a few minutes ago. We were just doing a little recap. It was so extraordinary that sometimes many airplanes would appear to be in the sky, and sometimes there were apparently none. Sometimes the plane was visible and sometimes not visible, and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty were puzzled about the whereabouts of the peculiar airplane. Sometimes they would see the airplane on the ground, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes resting on the peak of a hill, and sometimes floating on the water. The wonderful airplane flew in the sky like a whirling firebrand. It was not steady for a moment." Unquote. It is significant that in his extensive writings, the translator of this passage, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, has never referred to UFOs or flying saucers. Yet the flight characteristics of this quote-unquote airplane resemble those of UFOs in many respects. The vehicle glows and it moves in an irregular fashion like a firebrand whirled by a dancer. It also appears and disappears. UFOs are well known for this kind of behavior, and they are also described as landing or hovering over water and then abruptly taking off. As an example of this, consider the case of a UFO observed by Air Force personnel over the south central U.S. on July 17, 1957. This case was summarized in the journal Astronautics and Aeronautics as follows. And quote, an Air Force RB-47 equipped with electronic countermeasures, ECM gear, and manned by 6 officers was followed by an unidentified object for a distance of well over 700 miles and for a time period of 1.5 hours as it flew from Mississippi through Louisiana and Texas and into Oklahoma. The object was at various times seen visually by the cockpit crew as an intensely luminous light, followed by ground radar and detected on ECM monitoring gear aboard the RB-47. Of special interest in this case are several instances of simultaneous appearances and disappearances on all 3 of these physically distinct quote-unquote channels, and rapidity of maneuvers beyond the prior experience of the aircrew, unquote. One of the apparent disappearances of the object occurred as the RB-47 was about to fly over it. The pilot remarked that it seemed to blink out visually and simultaneously disappear from the scope of ECM monitor number 2, an electronic surveillance device. At the same time, it disappeared from the radar scopes at ADC site in Utah. Moments later, the object blinked on again, virtually, and simultaneously appeared on the ECM monitor and ground radar. The observers of the RB-47 also noted that the UFO sometimes generated 2 signals with different bearings on their electronic monitoring equipment. Although we don't really know what the UFO was doing, this is reminiscent of the statement that Shalva's Vimana sometimes appeared to be in multiple forms. How did Shalva acquire his remarkable vehicle? In view of the controversy regarding agreements between the U.S. government and aliens, It is noteworthy that Shelva's Vimana was manufactured by a technological expert from another planet. Here's the story. Pashupati and Umapati are two names of Lord Shiva. Having thus made his vow, the foolish king Shalva proceeded to worship Lord Pashupati as his deity by eating a handful of dust each day and nothing more. The great Lord Umapati is known as he who is quickly pleased, yet only at the end of a year did he gratify Shalva, who had approached him for shelter by offering him a choice of benedictions. Shalva chose a vehicle that could be destroyed by neither demigods, devas, demons, asuras, humans, gandharvas, uragas, nor rakshasas that could travel anywhere he wished to go, and that would terrify the Vrishnis. Lord Shiva said, so be it. On his order, Maya Danava, who conquers his enemies' cities, constructed a flying iron city named Salva and presented it to Shalva. This unassailable vehicle was filled with darkness and could go anywhere. Upon obtaining it, Shalva went to Dwarka, remembering the Vrishni's enmity toward him. Shalva besieged the city with a large army, O best of the Bharatas, decimating the outlying parks and gardens, the mansions along with their observatories, towering gateways and surrounding walls, and also the public recreational areas. From his excellent airship, he threw down a torrent of weapons, including stones, tree trunks, thunderbolts, snakes, and hailstones. A fierce whirlwind arose and blanketed all directions with dust. Thus terribly tormented by the airship Salva, Lord Krishna's city had no peace, O king, just like the earth when it was attacked by the three aerial cities of the demons. So then Sariputta Prabhu says, we see from this account that Shalva did not engage engineers to manufacture his flying machine on the earth. As I will point out in chapter 7, there are descriptions in Sanskrit of mechanical airplane-like flying machines that are said to have been built by human beings. However, as far as I am aware, there are no accounts indicating that ordinary human beings ever built vehicles like Shalva's, which exhibited mystical modes of flight. It is significant that Shalva dropped such things as snakes, stones, and tree trunks from the Vimana. There is no mention of bombs, and it would seem that even though Shalva possessed a remarkable flying machine, he did not have the kind of aerial weapons technology used in World War II. He did, however, have a quite different technology which would be used to affect the weather and produce whirlwinds, thunderbolts, and hailstones. I saw a movie that the Nazis, they were also working on creating a weather weapon, by which it's all Asuric activity, isn't it?
Mm.
In this story, as in many others, the manufacturer of the Vimana was the being named Maya Danava. This person was a ruler of a kingdom of Danavas situated in the planet known as Talatala. The Danavas were a powerful group of humanoid beings who were known for their expertise in technology. The word Maya means the energy that makes up the material universe, and it also means the power of illusion. Maya Danava was so named because he was an expert manipulator of Maya. Uma, the wife of Lord Shiva, is also known as Maya Devi, or the goddess in charge of the illusory energy. She is also the mother goddess, who has been worshipped all over the world by many different names. Since Shiva is Uma's husband, he is the master of illusion and technology. Thus, there is a natural connection between Lord Shiva, who Shalva approached to obtain his Vimana, and Maya Danava, the master of illusion, who manufactured it. It is significant that Shalva asked for a vehicle that could not be destroyed by Devas, Asuras, Gandharvas, Uragas, or Rakshasas. These are all powerful races of humanoid beings that were openly active on the earth or in its general environs in Shelva's time. And so, naturally, he wanted to be able to defend himself against them. Shelva's vehicle is described as an iron city, and thus it must have been metallic in appearance and quite large. As we will see in chapter 7, many Vedic Vimanas are described as flying cities, and one is reminded of the very large motherships that are sometimes discussed in UFO reports. Also described as the abode of darkness, or tamodama. Here, darkness refers to the mode of ignorance or illusions that characterizes the material world in general and is particularly associated in Vedic literature with beings of negative character, such as the Asuras and Danavas. It refers to a lack of spiritual insight rather than to a lack of technical knowledge. The story of Shalva's Vimana contains a number of features that may give us some insight into the UFO phenomenon. I have already mentioned the power of the Vimana to become invisible. It is interesting to see how Krishna, acting as a human warrior in the defense of Dwarka, dealt with this invisibility. Here Krishna is speaking to King Yudhishthir. I took my glittering bow, best of the Bharatas, and cut with my arrows the heads of the gods' enemies on the Salva. I shot well-robed arrows, which looked like poisonous snakes, high-flying and burning arrows from my sharinga at King Shalva. Then the Salva became invisible. O prosperer of Kuru's lineage, concealed by wizardry, and I was astounded. The bands of the Danavas were with grimacing faces and disheveled heads, screeched out loud as I held my ground, great king. I quickly laid on an arrow which killed by seeking out sound to kill them, and the screeching subsided. All the Danavas who had been screeching lay dead, killed by the blazing sun-like arrows that were triggered by sound. Then Sariputta says, from this passage we can see that even though Shalva, I guess that must have come from Mahabharata because it's more detail. From this passage we can see that even though Shalva was a human king, a contingent of grotesque-looking Danava soldiers was present on his Vimana. This of course makes sense if we consider that Shalva obtained the craft from the leader of the Danavas. There are many Vedic accounts of such alliances between human beings and other humanoid races. Although to modern historians it would seem doubtful that they ever existed, it is clear that the idea of such alliances was prominent in ancient India. And if they did exist then, one implication is that such alliances could also be made today. This passage also shows that the bows and arrows used by the defenders of Dwarka were not on a primitive or medieval level of technology. The bow was used as a launching device for many different kinds of arrows. These arrows are often described as quote unquote blazing or quote unquote sunlight. And in this, they were endowed with some kind of guidance system that enabled them to find their targets by sound. Clearly, technological development does not have to be linear, so that all forms of technology higher than our own are further developments of the kind of technology that we have now. Can you please explain that line that clearly technological development does not have to be linear? What does that mean?
Means like what we experience it here, one thing after another, development, like the Ford Motor Company, the Ford car, and the assembly line and the planes and so on, White Brothers and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be that way.
You mean not in a kind of systematic,
sequential way of development, like we have done on this planet.
Sariputta ends, he says, the story of the sound-seeking arrows also shows that when Shalva's Vimana became invisible, it was still physically present, and sounds emanating from it could be heard. There are a number of UFO accounts that also have this feature. One example is given by the story of a man named Maurice Masse, Masse, which I will briefly summarize here. Masse was a lavender grower, which Nanda Putney may find interesting, since she loves her gardens. He was a lavender grower of French Provençal. Am I saying that right? Provençal?
Well,
Provençal, maybe. French Provençal village of Valençol. On the morning of July 1st, 1965, at about 5:45 a.m., he was finishing a cigarette before starting work. Suddenly, he heard a whistling noise and turned to see a machine shaped like a rugby football and the size of a Dauphine car. This was standing on 6 legs with a central pivot stuck into the ground beneath it. He saw 2 boys near the object, but on approaching, he found that they were not boys. At a distance of about 5 meters, one of the beings pointed a pencil-like device at him, and he was paralyzed. After some time, the beings returned to their machine, and Masse, or Masse, I don't know how you pronounce, could see them looking at him from within the craft. At this point, the legs retracted, and with a thump from the central pivot, the machine floated silently away. At 20 meters, it disappeared, but it left traces of its passage in the lavender field for 400 meters. It is said that newly planted lavender will not grow at that spot where the vehicle stood. We can see from this description that the vehicle must have been physically present after it disappeared from sight at a distance of 20 meters. At least this is a natural interference from the fact that the lavender crop was disturbed for a distance of up to 400 meters by the vehicle's passage. Thus, its invisibility seems to have been similar to that of Shelva's Vimana. Both seem to have involved manipulation of light or the sense of vision so as to hide the aerial craft, which still betrayed its presence by sound or by disturbances of the air. The power of invisibility was not limited to Shelva's Vimana as a whole. Shelva was also capable of personally becoming invisible and traveling in that state to another place. He was also able to project illusory forms. Lord Krishna, in great anger, struck Shelva on the collarbone with his club so severely that Shelva began to bleed internally and tremble as if he was going to collapse from severe cold. Before Krishna was able to strike him again, however, Shelva became invisible by his mystic powers. Within a few moments, a mysterious unknown man came before Lord Krishna. I'm wondering, am I going into the next chapter? I think I am.
Yeah.
Crying, yeah, I'm reading the next chapter now. Maybe I should stop there, but it's pretty interesting how Sariputta Prabhu takes this Krishna book story and connects it to people who are interested in UFOs.
Well, that's what I was mentioning the other day about the lecture by Dhruta Karma, where he, at the end of that lecture, he is saying how the current military are trying their hand at this invisibility through the hologram technology. And also something else he mentioned. Anyway, it's such a good lecture because it's really talking about what the modern military wants to do in terms of using invisibility. And also there was another thing about splitting weapons, which is one of the descriptions of like the Yadu's arrows or Krishna's arrows. They go up there and then they split.
Wow.
Into 100 different ways, like some crazy firework or something. But anyway, he gives also a lot of detail about.
Give me that link, please, and send it to me.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Anyone else? Rupanuga, do you have something? Or Gandhari has something. Yes?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So now this NASA, whatever was hidden for 50 years, it's all been disclosed. So this craft, which is actually, there are some triangle shaped craft. I have picture of them on my channel. It's called Aliens and New Technology. It's on Telegram. And of course, I put in Srila Prabhupada's 5th canto from 16 and 17 chapter describing this space travel things. But you'll be very happy. So people are very interested, and they actually ask me, can I copy your post? I said, I'll be more than happy if you do. So they're actually copying and sharing it in other places, Srila Prabhupada's books like that. And so this is all going to come out as a disclosure. It's actually happening. You can actually find out under UFO disclosures in Telegram. And all these humanoids and different kind of beings are mentioned in a channel called DUMBs, D-U-M-B, Deep Underground Military Bases. So there is a channel explaining, describing, but the easy one and non-gross one is Secret Space Program. There are so many simple videos explaining different kinds of beings and crafts and what they do, where they live. This is under Secret Space Program by David Wilcox. He's been doing this research for many, many years. So anyway, I have it on my channel, all this like aliens and new technologies, and connected with Srila Prabhupada's books, especially this Krishna chapter. So yeah, now this is the age when everything will be revealed, and there is a lot of interest in that. So if you want, I can share that link with you, where you can see the different types of spacecraft described in this particular chapter.
Okay. Yeah, you can leave the link anytime. So yeah, this sounds like a great preaching angle by which we can distribute the Krishna book. That this book is filled with information about UFOs, aliens. What do you think, Rupanuga?
Well, of course, it's history. But 5,000 years ago, Asatama could throw a Brahmastra, which was an arrow saturated with mantras. And the arrows that Krishna is throwing, they're all arrows that they're saturated. They would, during these battles, they would throw arrows at each other, but they were saturated with mantras.
Right.
And Shubha was explaining that, you see, we're in the middle planetary system. It's a higher, middle, and lower planets, right? So we're in the middle planetary system where there are millions of planets. He also explained that some of them are much more advanced technologically than here. We also have to point out that most planets don't just allow anybody to land. It's like you have to have a visa, you know. You just can't fly, you know. So this planet, Earth planet, is a very important planet in the universe because it's where Krishna comes to show his pastimes, and where we find all this activity that we're reading about here in Krishna book takes place, much of it. So this planet is special, and there may be some occasional invasions or visits by other living entities from other planets. But to take over this planet or to actually subject this planet, I can't see it possibly being allowed, because Earth planet is a very special planet, and it's not going to be, you know, taken over by, you know, other beings. So some of this is disinformational. It can be very distracting from what is actually going on, you know, on economic and political levels. But the fact of the matter is that these higher planets do have more advanced technology, and they can do like very mystical things with their technology. But we're doing right now in technology. Can you imagine George Washington sitting on a 747? I mean, you can't imagine what he would think. So how much advancements being made just on this planet technologically.
Madhavi has got her hand up. Did you want to say something, Madhavi?
Yeah, just a note of caution as well, that whatever NASA's revealing, not that the aliens aren't real or anything, but they have an agenda behind everything they do. So there's also the potential that they have planned some kind of alien invasion false flag scenario
Yes,
to
Yeah.
true.
come up as well.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to
you know.
understand that the military has much more technology than was known commercially or publicly. And it sort of filters down over many years. But they have much more technology they're aware of than ordinary public is. And they have weapons too. But sometimes they reveal some of them, like one of them recently was revealed where they can, with sound from miles away, cause a person to feel all kinds of heat and automatically run the opposite direction. And they can do that. They can do this from some distance. And they were I saw a demonstration of it. So, and that's pretty, more advanced than a AR-15. So I mean, it's like, they have a lot of weapons which they don't talk about.
I remember as a little boy, I was 5 years old, and high up in the sky one day, I saw, what in those days they were calling a Sputnik. It was sort of like shaped like a football, and it was very shiny, like silver, and it was luminescent. And I saw it go by in the sky, and I don't know, maybe I don't know if someone was, what do they call that? The Hindenburg, dirigible,
Original?
Zeppelin. But it didn't look like that. It looked like it was metal and shiny, and yeah, that to me that's my one experience of a UFO in this lifetime. But I've heard that we've trashed this planet so much that I'm not sure how many demigods are really interested in coming here anymore.
They're all taking birth here, Prabhupada said.
Oh
They-
yeah.
Part of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. And not only the Sankirtan movement, the Prema Yuga. They want to be part of getting Krishna Prema.
Right. Yeah.
Yesterday, I wanted to say, Gaura Prabhu, I wanted to say that actually there is in chapter 1, first canto with Parikshit, a description of his quality is mentioned that because of his special qualities, Parikshit Maharaj, the ordinary citizens were able to see with their own eyes the demigods.
Yeah.
Even though they are not qualified, but only by the qualities of Parikshit Maharaj, they were able to see. So, yeah, so that's in the first canto in their
One
description.
has to have the eyes to see.
Yeah, and also I want to acknowledge and thank Rupanuga Prabhu, because this is amazing. You mentioned about they have rules and patrols in other planets, and it's called Galactic Federation. And there is a channel regarding that. They are communicating through telepathy or channeling, and they are right there as a protector for all the planetary systems in the universe. I am very impressed and amazed by your comments regarding that. It is actually happening. It's called Galactic Federation. And also, you should check out this David Wilcock's Secret Space Program. Very well researched with evidence. And they've been kidnapping humans when they are young, and then they use them for 20 years, and it's called 20 and back. They use them, deprogram them, they take them in other places, and they do this stupid human, they do kind of research, and it's unbelievable thing which they do, because there was a treaty with the Nazis from at Antarctica during Hitler's time, and different countries with the aliens, that you provide us human beings for human meat, because they eat them. These are called Dracos, and they live underneath the planet. And if they have this treaty, so they have this treaty. Yeah, they made it long time ago, and with so many countries involved in it. And that's why so many humans and children were missing for so many years, every year, 1 million. So the treaty was in exchange for this advanced technology, they wanted human beings, and they actually consumed them, right? So that is where all these dumps are, DUMBS, you should check it out, deep underground military bases. But they have been all washed out now. They have been cleared out now since during the pandemic. For last 4 years, they've been cleared out and taken over. So I've been following that. That's why I'm sharing this.
Who are they taken over by?
It's called the Alliance, the good people
Oh.
who want to get rid of this human trafficking.
Right.
An alliance is 32 National Guards from USA. This is not ordinary military, which is controlled by the corporation. This is National Guard with 32 other militaries from around the world with good aliens, like Prabhu mentioned. I'm very impressed by his understanding. So good aliens. So this is called Galactic Federation and Alliance.
Thank you. I have a question for Rupanuga Prabhu. So I have quotes here somewhere where Srila Prabhupada was talking. Maybe you were even on that walk. It was, I believe, in Mayapur, and Prabhupada was talking about World War III. And
I was right next to him.
You were there.
Yeah, right next to him.
Wow, well, that's what I thought. Very cool. Okay, so we'll get it directly from the horse's mouth. Pardon me for the comparison.
It's okay.
and so I mean, I want to hear the whole thing as you remembered it, but the little tidbit I remember is Prabhupada was saying that there's weapons and they will have to use them, but he also gave kind of a way out by saying that if we preach vigorously enough through book distribution, we can actually turn the tides. We can actually stop the wars. So right now we're hearing, learning about this heavy pounding that's going on in Ukraine, and there's fear that these other NATO forces are joining in, and Putin is making more threats to them, that if these various NATO forces participate, then and help Ukraine, then there's going to be hell to pay. It's going and it looks like potential World War III. So I'm just wondering, does it mean we're not doing enough book distribution that these wars are going? Because we also know that karma has to play out. If we're forcing 100 billion animals through slaughterhouses every year, so the karma has to play out. Yet Prabhupada's saying we could neutralize it. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts, please.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll just narrow them down to something I heard Rameshwar say, and I have no reason to believe he was lying about it. He said, well, Srila Prabhupada, you said that if we distribute so many books, we can, turn the tide, like that. And Srila Prabhupada said, no, they're too sinful. So Srila Prabhupada's comments were made in 77, what year was that, 74? Yeah. In Mayapur, 74, I think it was. And he talked about a war coming, World War III. He said soon, and of course, soon to Srila Prabhupada, who's on a cosmic scale, could mean, anywhere from 100 years to more. So soon doesn't mean tomorrow. We thought it meant a few years, but of course, time has come and gone. So he said that civilization, technological civilization, as we know, will be destroyed. Now, if you look on page 41 of Raja Vidya, King of Knowledge, you'll see where Srila Prabhupada describes the Rakshasa, what their plans are. They create great regimes to clash against one another and take great pleasure in all the destruction. So you can see regimes have been created, especially since the end of World War II. You have, the Russia and all the Iron Curtain countries that came down in '89. I believe the curtain came down. Before that, there was a huge empire. And then on the other side was a so-called free world. And the free world has been focused, even after the war, on Russia. So the enemy conception is there very strongly, and both sides are armed to the teeth. There's no question about it. There's enough enough, enough bombs to, cover everything. But Srila Prabhupada said they cannot destroy the planet. That's not possible without Krishna's grace. They can't do that, but they can engage in a massive wars. And they're planning that. This is what Rakshas do. Their long-term agenda is to clash great regimes together, and it's building up. It's really building up right now. Whether this is the case now, it remains to be seen, but it's their agenda. And they are cannibals. We have to remember the cannibals. He says there on page 41, they eat their own sons. And as I commented on one of my essays, that when they ran out of their own sons, certainly they started eating other people's sons. They're going to get their dinner somewhere. So they run out of sons to get somebody else's. So we're very naive, general people are naive, even devotees are naive about many of these things. And the general public has no idea much of where their money goes and their time goes for their leaders. There's so many things going on that are actually coming out now more than they have since I ever remember. The plans have been written in books now for decades, and the very plans that have been written already are coming out actually as they're developing. They're doing what they were planning to do. So what is it doing? It's driving everyone, everyone's the sense gratification is being attacked. That's what's happening. People are having their field of sense enjoyment reduced, and it's creating great anxiety.
So, in one sense, it seems like it's if I can say in a certain context, it's necessary for these wars to go on because it's helping to lessen the burden of the karma on the planet. Would you say?
Yeah, it's karma. It's got to come because all the killing fields have been going on for a long time. Every year, billions of sea creatures and land creatures, what to speak of abortions, are going on, and this has been going on for a long time, and it's payback time. And practically everyone's implicated because there are 8 people that are implicated in the killing of one single cow. So that pretty much covers the entire population. So everyone's involved, and everyone has some. The only way out is nice karma. Get above the karma and the reactions by practicing devotional service, and then one gets purified. And then the behavior that they do is not karmic. It doesn't contribute to karma. They become nish karma, so that the ordinary activities actually don't have a karmic reaction. Now, that's what Bhakti Yoga does. And that's the only solution for people's anxiety. They have to understand, as Srila Prabhupada called it, mantra yoga. They have to engage in mantra yoga to have peace of mind and purify the mind. So they stop generating karma, and that's the payback. Excuse me, the collective payback is what's going on. That's what's going on.
I'm just searching for my quotes. I have some quotes here on World War III, but my quote book is a little messed up. Jai Madhava Prabhu, do you have some thoughts or questions you wanted to share?
Thoughts?
What we're discussing?
Well, we're talking about World War III, and I have to agree that it's inevitable, but at the same time, Krishna can intervene. So I see the preaching going on very sincerely in Russia. I see the preaching go on very sincerely in Ukraine. So whatever face this war is going to take place, I don't see it as a end of the world scenario, but inevitably something's going to have to come to a head. But I also see that Krishna has planted the seeds of Krishna consciousness on this side of the planet in a very wonderful way. So there's some plan going on. We don't know. I mean, I don't dispute what Prabhupada said at all, but I also personally feel that there's things we don't understand how it's going to happen or in which way things will manifest. I don't know. Am I right or wrong?
No, Srila Prabhupada said, don't be afraid of the demons. So, we have to go on with our program. And, but we're in the world, but we're not of it. And we can't expect to stop everything or what we'd like to. We'd like to close slaughterhouses. We'd like to bring peace, but we can't do it. And so people are going to be receiving their karma, and they're going to get what they deserve. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. As you sow, so shall you reap. It's going to happen. It's happening. We can't stop it. We can't close the slaughterhouses. We would in a minute if we could.
Yeah.
But we don't have the power to do that.
So Krishna has to smash them somehow. And
they're getting smashed. Yeah. They're getting smashed right now.
And I also wanted to mention that there are various times where I actually was preaching and talking to Russian devotees about Prabhupada's quotes and conversations about World War III. And when I realized they couldn't handle it, I had to back off because they couldn't handle it.
Why?
It's too scary, the whole.
Well, because they were in it. They were in it. They lived in a country that was bombed.
Exactly.
Europe and Russia, Germany, these people all went through, and then Japan went through nuclear war.
Exactly.
So these people have been burned, once burned, twice shy.
Exactly. That's true. As a matter of fact, when I was preaching and traveling around Russia, I went to one part of Russia, which was in the mountains, and they have a temple, and actually the temple, it's what is that place? It's like on the border of Georgia and another place. But I see quite a few places in Russia traveling over the years. And this ISKCON temple is a house. And actually, it's been there for a long time. And it was formerly the headquarters of the Nazi army that had occupied it during World War III. And now, 60 years later, it's the Hare Krishna temple. It kind of blew my mind, that how ironic that what was previously a building that was a residential building that had been taken over by the Nazis when they occupied Russia, 60, 70 years later becomes a Hare Krishna temple. I just thought I'd let you know that.
Did you know that Kamsa Hanta Prabhu from UK and some other friend from USA? They actually went to Antarctica and brought 5,000 Bhagavad Gita and distributed that at those scientific bases. They actually went there during, was it a centennial or something? Kamsa Hanta Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada's disciple from England. And they said, why should Prabhupada be in only 6 continents? So they took Srila Prabhupada's Murti in Antarctica, brought it there, distributed 5,000.
They called that ISKCON South, because Sri Dinandamar started his movement called ISKCON West or Krishna West. So they called themselves Krishna South because they went as far south as you can go to the Antarctica.
But the other point is that actually the Federation, the woken up people in America, they're becoming very much depending on meditation, spirituality, raising consciousness. They have become aware of this Dracos and all that. So everybody is saying most like the only thing is raise consciousness, vibration. So for us, holy name is doing the work. This Harinam Sankirtan all over the planet, especially, can you imagine? We have a center in Alaska, Tasmania, Peru, South America, every place, Siberia, everywhere, Iceland. I personally know the devotee in Iceland and also in Tasmania. So this holy name is the saving grace for the whole planet. And the proof is you can check the Schumann resonance is a way of checking the collective consciousness of human beings. And it really rises when there are festivals. And these festivals are happening around the world. Just like check it for 24 hours, 48 hours during the Shinga Chaturdasi. The Schumann resonance really shoots up high. And these are the Hare Krishna people doing it. You see? So it's the holy name which is saving our planet.
Yeah, Shilpa says that which the chanting on a Harinam or a festival, the sound vibration goes off into the atmosphere and circles the planet eternally. Whereas a rock concert somewhere, it goes off around 7 times around the planet. So what's been happening now for some time is that transcendental sound vibrations have been going out and purifying the atmosphere and surrounding the planet. It's so that the advent of the golden age will happen. There's a cleansing process going on. Some of the sin has to be cleaned out for things to move ahead. So that's going on simultaneously. But the purification that we've been describing, how some people are becoming aware of the situation, even materially as well as spiritually, that's a sign of the effects of the age of Harinam.
Yes, but I'd like to just point out that, and I know you'll agree with me, that our devotees should not live in fear, even though we have this knowledge that this purification is going to come and some type of massive war will come. We should not live in fear.
Yeah, Srila Prabhupada mentioned once, don't make plans. He said one time, don't make plans based on war.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
And during that morning walk, a very important thing came out. We were talking about, what to do. And I mentioned to Shobha, that we have our farm projects that are developing in case of economic, military, or political discombobulation. We have that shelter. And Shobha agreed. So in 1982 or 3, I put together an unsolicited report to the GBC called Nuclear Contingencies for ISKCON, in which I described in detail about how war would affect civilian population and so on. So I went into great detail about what crops to grow, how they were subjected to radiation. But the whole point was to try to entice the other members to get serious about farm projects, because farm projects were the solution to so many things. I was using, mentioning that as in terms of a war scenario, but my real motive was to simply try to accelerate the interest in farm projects.
Yeah,
I must say it failed, but it was an attempt to get the GBC focused on developing farm projects. And I was making it like as a way to plan, as a way to, get ready for what Shilpa was talking about. But actually, the real point was it gets ready because he wanted it all along. He wanted the farm projects all along.
Yeah, I remember specifically when I was a brahmachari back in 75, 76, 77, and Prabhupada was really speaking about that quite a lot, actually. And at our age, I guess we just couldn't fathom it. And of course, the leadership wasn't taking it very seriously.
No.
But I mean, as a 20-year-old or younger than that, we had no, it just didn't. It's not that we didn't take Prabhupada serious when he said that back in the 70s. It's just that, I don't know how to explain it to you. We knew he was serious about it, but we were depending on the authorities to do what Prabhupada wanted. Because who were we as individual devotees? We were just book distributors, or we were doing service in the temple, and we had no power to establish Van Ashram communities. We depended on the people that Prabhupada put in charge to execute his instructions. And even after he left the planet, I depended on them to execute his instructions. So, Prabhupada's the head and the buck stops with the leadership. I don't want to, it's not a fault-finding statement. It's just that they have a huge responsibility of Prabhupada. And if they drop the ball, everybody suffers.
I found the quotes that I was looking for. This is from a morning walk, January 1974. I don't know if this is Mayapur or if you can remember when you had that walk, Rupanuga Prabhu. But Prabhupada says, these are some notes I got from when I traveled with Ganapati Swami for 6 months. I photocopied everything, all his notes. So the quote is, Prabhupada says, make America strong. As the Communist Party, they are preaching godlessness. Now America should preach, no, in God we trust. Now there should be a fight, not on the political point of view, but actually class of man who knows God. There should be fight. Then there will be peace in the world. The class of men who do not believe in God, they should be punished because they are creating all the trouble. A man who trusts in God, he is the ideal man. He will never create any trouble. So that's a January walk, 1974. Here's a quote from a conversation, January 1977. Even if America takes to Krishna consciousness, that war is inevitable. That is good. It will stop this godlessness, communism. War in our lifetime? Very difficult to say. That depends on your book selling and BTG. They can become Krishna conscious. That literature is the greatest weapon. Now it is in your hands.
Okay, well, at that meeting, at the World War III tape lecture,
Yeah.
that was April 4th, 1975. And he went into the temple room and gave a lecture on Chaitanya Charitamrita. After the lecture was over, and Srila Prabhupada starts speaking to the devotees from America as if no one else was in the room. Everyone had paid their obeisances, and Srila Prabhupada started talking. Here's what he said, verbatim. All of you boys and girls, those who have come from America, I am very thankful to you, very much thankful to you. But don't be less serious. Be very serious. America has good potential to save the world. So another thing I request of you, especially of the Americans, that you preach very nicely in your country. Not all of them will be interested, but if you can turn a section of men in your country to Krishna consciousness, it will be a great benefit to the whole world. The aim is to gain victory over the process of birth, death, and old age. This is not fiction, this is fact. The people are not serious, but you can teach your people. Otherwise, the world, human society, the whole human society is like animals without any culture. The communist movement is especially very, very dangerous, producing big animals. People are already animalistic, and this communist movement is making them bigger animals. So I'm speaking to America because America is a little seriously against the communist movement. It can be counteracted. The process is Deva Asura, fighting between the demigods and the demons, has been in existence for a very long time. The same fight appears under different names, like communist and capitalist, but now the capitalists are also 80 to 90% demon because they do not know the science of God. That is the demonic principle. So there is a good chance in your country to help them rectify demonic principles. Then they will be very strong and be able to fight with the others. Because if one becomes Deva or demigod, Deva also means to become Vaishnava or servant of God. You have already taken to the spark of Vaishnavism, and there is a very great good opportunity and to preach this cult in your country. Even if you're not very successful in other countries, in your country, you'll be very successful. There is good potency. So try to make them stronger in order to fight with the demonic principles. Thank you very much. So we see right now, and there has been some time, a serious attempt to reduce the potency of the United States and its influence in the world. The U.S. has to be a prime target. And because Srila Prabhupada has designated the U.S. as having potency to save the world. That's his statement, not mine. This is a verbatim transcription I made from that morning walk with Srila Prabhupada, and it ended in this speech before the devotees, and specifically addressing the Americans. And he says, if other countries may not be successful, but it will. So in other words, he was giving the potency, acknowledging the potency, and giving more empowerment. That empowerment has been stolen. That empowerment has been hijacked. That this country was intended, I speak for America, this country was intended to do what Srila Prabhupada said here. What happened? It was hijacked from within and from without. And now it's under tremendous pressure. The leadership is leadership itself is misleading. Everything we don't have to discuss, everyone's aware of these things. But I'm saying here, Srila Prabhupada gave potency. And when he gives potency, it exists. It's tangible. It's not guesswork. It's not perhaps maybe. The potency was there. What happened to that potency? The potency was squandered by the leadership of ISKCON. And what's left is trying to be squashed by materialistic leadership. So we have to bear this, and we have to be strong in what's coming. This is just the beginning. They're unfolding, and there have been books written about this whole scenario now for decades. They wrote all about it. They have to, in order to keep sanction. They have to reveal to the people in advance what they're going to do. But if the people don't pay attention, they're free to move ahead, and they've done it. Because although these things have been printed, there have been meetings, there have been discussions, there have been educational systems, there have been all kinds of international meetings about this whole rollout for decades, actually. Mentioned only a few. So what's happening has already been predicted by these very people who are now in charge, as Srila Prabhupada said, the Rakshasas are in charge of the planet. It's a fact, it's not a fiction. So we have to act in this environment. What do? Obviously, we increase Harinam, we increase book distribution, we increase Prashadam distribution, and we increase the knowledge. And we have to get people to understand how this mantra, this mind-releasing sound vibration, is the solution. There is no other solution at this point except waiting upon divine intervention. And it's Lord Chaitanya's age. This is the golden age is 536 years old. 536 years old already. It's 9,500 years left, during which time Srila Prabhupada's books will be the highest authority on this planet. Right now, we're in a transition. We have to understand what's going on. That's all. And when we do that, we find out about that, we find it's more and more and more and more important to chant and to read Srila Prabhupada's books.
Send her an email and ask her when she's going to change it, because your parents are asking you.
I have to mute you because you're cutting
Your mother.
You go, sure, Prabhu, I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'm not saying anything new. I'm just saying that we have to keep calm and cool-headed. We know who the enemies are, but we also know that Srila Krishna's in charge. I mean, everybody who's thinking they're in charge are actually the modes of material nature are in charge of them. All these big men, they think we're doing it. All these big Rakshasas, all these other people. I wrote about this in my essay. A look at the big picture of the world today, which I explained that all these people who think they're in charge and are winning the game are themselves in the modes of material nature. And to a certain degree, they're being used they're being used as delivery systems to roll out the cosmic or global karma that's coming for the killing fields. It's simple.
Right. And they're so puffed up.
They're being used to cleanse the path for this movement, for the Hare Krishna movement. I'm not talking about ISKCON in particular. I'm talking about the Hare Krishna movement. And all of us who are doing what we're doing. It's paving the road for the movement Srila Prabhupada brought to America.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be easy for the people. They're going to have to pay for their sense enjoyment.
Uh-huh.
It's a
They
heavy
can-
price.
They can complain all they want about their sense of joy being restricted right now, but that's what you do. When a baby becomes so obnoxious, they're going to turn the tables in your house. You put them in a crib.
I would like to make a comment. The movement that I joined in the early 70s, after I shaved up and moved in and became a book distributor and a preacher, it was before I wasn't as obvious to me as I was coming as a guest, Dr. Michael. But after I actually literally surrendered and joined and stayed within Prabhupada's movement, it became very obvious to me that we were in a war, and we were the soldiers in Prabhupada's army. It was a spiritual war against the material energy. And you know the mood back then, but then I can appreciate how Prabhupada had so mercifully engaged us to go out and, do this battle against the demons, against the material energy. I appreciate it greatly now, even though now I'm 68. But when I was younger, that I was able to participate in that time, in that intense mood. I didn't quite understand it then because it was heavy duty, but now later when I look back on it, I think, thank God, thank you, Prabhupada, for letting me participate in your battle against the material energy, against Maya, against the demoniac influences, and to try to establish Krishna consciousness. I mean, I really appreciate it much more now than I did 40 years ago.
What Srila Prabhupada was saying is a war against Maya. But we have to remember that Maya Devi is a servant. She's too embarrassed to come in front of him.
Yes,
so she's carrying out her service.
Yes,
so
I
our
understand.
real war is against the illusions that people
Exactly.
The real war is
not,
against the illusions.
I'm not criticizing Maya.
I know you're not criticizing Maya. I'm just saying
she's a servant of Krishna.
Yes, the war is against not material energy. The war is against the misuse of it. The war is against the people's consciousness who are misusing Krishna's energy.
Exactly.
And it's all backfiring on them. And we don't want people, devotees don't want to see anybody unhappy. They don't want to see anybody hurt. We don't want to see, but even if they're the cause of it, doesn't mean that we look the other way. So many children being aborted are being aborted because they were aborting children in their previous life.
Right. Yeah.
But Srila Prabhupada said, well, it doesn't matter. They're taking birth as human beings. They should have the right to become devotees. Never mind they're being aborted as a matter of karma. Srila Prabhupada was above that. His mercy was for everyone. So someone's being born because they were a surgeon that massacred 1,000 children in their previous lives, and now they're being aborted 1,000 times. Now they're being prevented from coming out to be a human being, getting a chance to come in contact with the movement. That was his lamentation. Mm-hmm. So he didn't make a distinction. So this killing field of abortion has to stop. Even if some people deserve it, it's got to stop. Because the people, it's even the demons have a chance to chant the holy name. When we go out on the street, we don't make a distinction who passes by, who walks around. So this movement is for everybody. And the only thing that we're concerned about is anything that gets in the way of that. And now it's gotten to such a degree that it's up to Lord Krishna, it's up to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to make whatever arrangement he makes. But Srila Prabhupada told, don't be afraid of the demons. Go ahead with your service.
Yet we've had our own leaders telling us, don't go to these protests. And they even used the argument you gave earlier. People are just protesting for their sense gratification anyway. So, we don't want to be affiliated with the beer drinking, pig eating karmis in the street that are at these protests.
Well, we always go out in the street. Never mind who they are. It doesn't matter what their karma is. We never made a distinction. We go out and we chant for everybody. Right. Doesn't matter. That's no good argument. Because people are falling, we don't want to chant. We know. We don't. We're just out of the water ourselves.
The real fear is that we don't want to, what the authorities are saying, what I'm hearing from them, because I asked the GBC of Canada to please come with me to Ottawa, and he said, well, Gaura, I've heard, the devotees have become quite activistic, and what will you say if the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation will put a microphone in front of your mouth? What kind of impact is this going to have on our Ottawa temple if people see us affiliated with these,
What would you say? Yeah, what would you say? You'd say, please chant Hare Krishna. So where do you find fault in that? You're not going to tell them, as a devotee going to Ottawa, you're chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, and you're asking those people to chant Hare Krishna. You're giving prasadam to people. You're giving Prabhupada's books to people. I mean, come on. That's what the authorities are afraid of, that we're asking people to chant Hare Krishna, that we're asking people to take prasadam, that we're asking
No, that's not it. That's not it. They're afraid of their status quo.
Exactly.
They're afraid of their status quo. That's all. That's it all. They're afraid to be persecuted or prosecuted. See? Srila Prabhupada said before, when the Australian devotees ended up in jail, said, what are we going to do in jail? Chant like we do everywhere else. So that's the problem. The mission's there. Under all circumstances, it must proceed, but you can't say that there's something that can block it and then look for a blockage.
Yeah. There's some fear there. There's some fear that the demons can shut us down. They can shut our temple down.
Prabhu.
Hey, Yugal Kishore Prabhu, this is my old. Can you come on camera, Prabhu, so you're not just a black box?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not a techie.
Let's see. I think if you go in the left corner, then in the bottom left corner, where it says video, stop video.
I got it.
You can video settings. Oh, Jai, there you are. Hardy ball. So Yugala Kishore Prabhu, you joined in what year, Prabhuji? Obeisances to you. You came what year?
To ISKCON?
Yeah.
September 77.
77. But you're originally from Ecuador, right?
No, I was born in Central America.
Oh, okay. Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador. I was born in there, but I didn't grow up there. I grew up between Miami, San Francisco,
okay,
New York, New Jersey, and Canada.
Right, yeah, that's how I know you. So I'm just, you've been listening to a little bit of the conversation. We're fortunate.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, I mean, Gaura Prabhu has got a good point. I mean, we are individuals who are interested 100% in pushing forward the Krishna consciousness movement, but yet we don't live in the vacuum when it comes to political issues or economic issues, because, I mean, somehow or other, we still plugged within the greatest, the greater society, whether Canadian society, American society, whatever. So, and sometimes if we are going to participate in a political rally, let's say, I mean, we all have political views on many issues. And we also, but what I'm thinking here, and I think Jai Madhava Prabhu was saying, is that that's overridden. It gets overridden by our allegiance to Srila Prabhupada's movement. I mean,
what's the question?
So the question is that bona fide to think that way?
Think what way?
To think that we all individually have political views, let's say abortion, like you were mentioning, which is a political issue on top of being, a philosophical issue. And so I know some devotees that, they vote Democrat or they vote Republican, and this is an issue. So there is a political involvement there. But like you were saying, Rupanuga Prabhu, we got to push on the points that Prabhupada gave us, all those philosophical points about this. I mean, Prabhupada was definitely not pro-abortion.
Look, abortion is an issue, not a political issue for devotees. It's an issue because it's against Krishna's desire. It's against the laws of the Lord. Therefore, abortion is wrong.
Obviously, but the world doesn't look at it that way.
Not a political. We don't We have to look at everything from the point of view of Shastra. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. So
Correct.
we look at abortions from the point of view of what's wrong with it. It's because it's against Shastra.
Right, and I think that's what we got to emphasize.
Right, but that's the point. So that,
Yeah.
therefore, we're aware of it, but we're aware of it as in the proper perspective. Or anything like that comes into view, whether it's political or it's academic or it's religious or whatever comes into view, we have to look at it through the eyes of the Shastra
Right.
that Srila Prabhupada gave us in order to have the proper perspective. Otherwise, we get lost in it. I'll give you an example. Just like when you go, we used to go to movies, and when you go to the movie, people are on the screen. And they're active and they're emotional and they're doing all kinds of things to keep your attention. And after a while, you forget who you are in the movie you're watching. You're absorbed in the screen.
Right.
You identify with the emotions and everything that's going on.
Right.
But actually, you have nothing to do with it. Right? So that's
Right.
our position. That's our position. The whole thing is a passing show. The only time we have anything to do with it is when we have an opportunity to spread Krishna consciousness, or perhaps defend ourselves, or whatever it takes. We just take advantage of the situation. We dovetail whatever we can. See, that's the viewpoint. We have to look through the eyes of the mission. What's the mission? And just like Srila Prabhupada said, we want people to join with us in protesting the mismanagement of the leadership. Period.
What
Why?
leadership?
They're not giving Krishna, not giving the real purpose in life. They're
Yeah.
not preparing people for the next life. They don't even believe in the next life. So therefore, they're a bunch of mudhas. So we want people to protest against the bad leadership, period. Because they're not giving what leaders are supposed to do, not because they're Democrat or Republican or they got this agenda or that agenda, but because they're not giving the real agenda.
Right. So
The
then you're talking about a third party, because in this country, people are not going to do what we want them to do without a political involvement.
Well,
So
we're
we are
not
neither
ready-
Democrats nor Republicans.
We're not ready for politics. It's not big enough. We had
Right.
it with Srila Prabhupada at one time was talking about in God We Trust Party for purified leaders. And that proved to be too expensive and too distracting at the time from book distribution and our regular activities. Otherwise, Srila Prabhupada was prepared, but we weren't. And we're not yet. And we're not
Right.
strong enough. We're not
So-
strong enough.
Right. So why are we talking about gun on the streets and making a political stand on
We're
this?
not. We're not. Listen, devotees in New Zealand were not going out making a political protest.
they're not.
They were chanting for Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And
Right.
if there's a chant for freedom, what is that freedom? The freedom to chant.
Right.
If people
Okay.
don't have freedom to chant, then there's no freedom.
Okay. That I can see. Okay.
May I make a point to this? What's your name, Prabhu? You just came on.
Kishore.
Yes,
Yugal,
Prabhu.
Yugal,
Prabhu, I've known the devotees since 1970, 1971, and I actually surrendered in 1975. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I joined the Hare Krishna movement in July 1975 in the Philadelphia temple when Prabhupada came there. And I knew that I was going to give up all my misconceptions. In other words, I had no interest in politics, in
Right.
voting, in being a Democrat or Republican.
Right.
By becoming a devotee and a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, I left that behind 100%. The problem is 40 years later, devotees are dragging their previous misconceptions into
Right.
their lives and even into Prabhupada's movement. There's no such thing as a Democrat or a Republican devotee.
Right.
We're neither of those things. We're
Correct.
only followers of Srila Prabhupada. But when they start mixing in that crap into the devotees' arena,
Right.
it gets totally confused.
Yeah,
This is
I
not
agree.
what Prabhupada wanted. And I even heard, and I can't tell you exactly where I heard it, but Prabhupada discouraged his disciples, and Rupanuga can verify this. He didn't encourage us to get involved in politics after we joined his movement. He didn't want us to go out and vote for karmis, right, Rupanuga?
Well, he encouraged Balavanta to preach politics. He didn't encourage us to vote. The reason
Exactly. That's
the reason he wanted Balavanta to go ahead with it, not that we were trying to win. Like he said, if you get to be a president, what can you do anyway? It's all constitutional.
Right.
So the idea was to get elected or go into the election arena, where he got a lot of attention, was to preach to people. And that's what he did. In fact, Srila Prabhupada told him in a letter to preach Varna to the people.
Correct.
So the idea of his as a preaching platform, it wasn't really ultimately to get elected. We didn't have a chance. But because he was a serious candidate, he got a lot of coverage, and he got some politicians to back him up.
Excuse me, when Prabhupada said that he should preach Varna, does that mean that Balavanda should be providing people with education, that education should be provided for those who are Brahminically inclined, Kshatriya inclined, Vaishya inclined, Sudra inclined?
Well, I mean, just to explain Varna, without Varna, you don't have a society of human beings. You've got a hodgepodge. You've just got, happenstance, which is what happens now. People are in positions which they have no business being in, and other people are supposed to be in positions that are not allowed to be there. So there's a whole big mess, confusion. People, the least qualified people are the ones in charge.
It's amazing, isn't it? Unbelievable.
I'll go out on a limb here and quote somebody who's an ex-general, a commandant of the Marine Corps. His name was General Shoup. And when he finally got out of the Corps, he said one thing I thought was very interesting. He said, the American people have a tendency to elect. The American people have a tendency to elect the worst amongst them.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Something he couldn't have said while he was a general commandant of the Marine Corps, but when he retired, he said it. It's just like Eisenhower. His last speech to the public was to be aware of the industrial military complex.
Yeah, the military industrial complex. Exactly. He warned. Yeah. He saw it. He saw the handwriting on the wall. He knew what was going on.
So what are we trying to focus on then, now that we know that in the life of a devotee, political, karmic political issues have no bearing?
Nothing. We should not. Our only business is to go on Harinam and distribute Prabhupada's books and do festivals and invite people to programs and temples.
Right.
And get people to chant Hare Krishna and try to make them take up the process of Krishna consciousness.
Yeah,
we don't give a damn about politics or Democrats, Republicans. They're all moodhods.
I agree.
We want them to take it home and introduce it in their private lives.
Right.
That's the only thing that's going to save them. That's where the anxiety, the heart's at home and the anxiety's at home.
Right.
That's where the anxiety is, and that's where the safety is. It's a safe house. When they start chanting, they start reading the books, because there's millions of people out there right now who have literary incarnations sitting on the shelf in their house. And they're waiting for the next step.
Yeah, correct.
So we should be thinking about that, not worry about what these politics. They're not going to stop. We can't stop them. They're beyond control. Yeah. They're in control. Shubhaba said it. They are in control of society. That's it. We have to live with it.
You have to mute Vedavati because we're hearing all the background noise. Thank you for coming, Vedavati. Our God sister is here. I'm going to have to mute you because all your noise is coming into the discussion. Unless you want to speak, you're welcome to
speak without the mask.
Yeah, it'd be easier to speak without a mask. I think she's in a hospital or something. Is that correct? Are you in a hospital?
Yeah, I'm at the emergency room.
Yeah, she's in the hospital.
Emergency room. So okay. I'm going to mute it.
This is Vedavati Devi Dasi. When did you join Vedavati and where?
1975 in Los Angeles.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about our mission in spite of wars. I have a question on that, Rupanuga Prabhu. Prabhupada was saying earlier that basically this is a war between those who believe in God, trust in God, and those who do not believe in God. But he also equated communism with those that don't believe in God. So, I've heard that Russia is no longer communist, that Putin goes to the Greek Orthodox Church. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then the communists that are relevant today would be the Chinese.
No. Let me make something clear to you. I live in Russia now for 20 years.
Right.
This is no longer the Soviet Union. It's completely different Russia. All the churches are open. And actually, most people in Russia at the time of the Soviet Union, they became part of the Communist Party only because it was to their benefit, because it wasn't forced that they become card-carrying Communist Party members. But if they became part of that club, everyone, okay, it was the Soviet Union, you know what it was like back then. But the point is they got a little bit extra benefits. Like, for example, they were able to get maybe some extra food, or maybe they would be given some ability to travel when most people weren't allowed to travel at that time. So the hardcore card carriers, they got it because they got extra benefits. And I know that for a fact. And now whatever the Communist Party here in Russia, it's insignificant, seriously. No, this younger generation, absolutely, and even the older generation,
I heard that. Thank you.
They don't take that serious at all. It's the people are innocent here. They are. There's a big field for the devotees here.
I heard that the level of sinful activity, materialism, is higher in Ukraine than it is in Russia. That Putin has certain standards and codes that he expects the people to live by in Russia.
I've seen that personally, and I'm not taking sides politically. What I'm saying is, people don't understand. I mean, living here, you get a whole different point of view of everything. And of course, I'm trying to be a devotee all these years, and I'm with devotees, but I'm also with the public, and I live it here. I'm with the people. So I'm telling you, whatever propaganda you're getting from the mainstream media about Russia, it's totally wrong. I'm telling you, it's
the question,
100% a lie.
And the level of morality between Russia and the United States is phenomenal.
They have values here.
They won't put up with this unisex thing with new pronouns. It wouldn't go in Russia.
I would like to mention something in that terms. When I talk to Russian women about, because I'm from America and I know about the feminist thing and I grew up with it, and I know the whole attitude. When I talk to Russian women about feminism and the attitude of the American women, they laugh out loud because it's exactly the opposite. If I open the door for a woman, let's just talk about courtesy. I'll just give one example, a quick one. I was an English teacher for many years. So I met another English teacher in Moscow from San Francisco. He also married a Russian woman and lived in Moscow. So I made friends with him and we talked from time to time because we were both Americans. And he went back to visit his family in San Francisco. And in Russia, when you go to a car, you open the door for the woman, or when you're leaving, little pleasantries to show room and respect. See, when he was in a trolley in San Francisco, he was visiting his parents from Russia, and he remembered, when I'm in Russia, you get off a public bus, and if there's a woman behind you and you're a man, you turn around and give her your hand to help her, so they get off. And I do that all the time. I give women, Karmi women, I'll give them my hand if I'm getting off a public bus. It's traditional. He did it in San Francisco to an American woman, and she slapped him in the face.
So we are making a comparison of isolated incidents, but
yes, but what I'm saying is,
what is the claim?
Rupanuga said was correct. What Rupanuga said is correct.
Okay,
there is a resemblance here.
Well, let him respond, please.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this: why I was saying, what is the benefit of telling to the American audience or North American audience, to include Canada, when we are preaching Krishna consciousness to them, what is the benefit of telling them, a comparative analysis of two cultures? obviously Russian culture is not American culture or Canadian culture. So how can we say that one culture is superior to another?
No.
And that will have an impact on our preaching? How can we do that?
I'm not saying superior. What I'm saying is in America, they're giving up things that are a resemblance of any culture. They're going so far in the wrong direction. They're just showing basic respects for women. You can be called a misogynist.
Disrespectful.
Right. Disrespect,
They
yeah.
call they whatever. No, everything's ass backwards in America. I'm sorry, I'm an American. I know where that country's going. Everything they do now is completely opposite of what Vedic culture is. And in places like Russia and in Southeast Asia, there are still a resemblance of Vedic culture.
Yeah, but did you know that Russia has no law against abortion?
Yes, I know that, but that's not on my control.
Well,
I'm not saying it.
but
I'm
that's
not
a
saying
big
it-
deal. But that's a big deal.
I know it's a big deal, but I have no control over what these people do.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
not,
So
I
okay.
never, excuse me, I never said it was perfect.
Okay.
I never
But
said it was perfect
okay.
here.
But if
What
we
I'm
are
saying is
preaching to American audience, and you come up with these isolated examples, and then they
but
come
I'm
to
an
you-
American. I have a right to give that example. I'm
No,
an American.
I know, but what the audience is going to be hearing is how is that impactful to our mission to promote Prabhupada's mission?
No,
You know what I mean?
the reason why I mentioned it was simply because I just wanted to make the example to say that there's a lot of bashing of Russia. And I'm saying there is resemblance of culture here that's vanishing in America. That's all.
Anyway, listen,
All I wanted to say.
Ernest, I have a point. Ernest, you came into this meeting late.
Right.
We were not preaching any mundane affairs to the audience.
Not at all.
We were reading from Shastra. We were discussing Shastra, and you came in just, relatively recently.
Right,
So you
right.
didn't hear the previous discussion. It hasn't been based on politics or anything like that. These things came out because we have to see how the philosophy is practically seen in the world.
Right.
This is exactly what Srila Prabhupada did in his Bhagavatam, what he did in his old Back to Godheads in India in the 50s. He always related to what's going on in the world in order to make our philosophy relevant.
Right. Correct.
And it's only going to be relevant if it shows the difference between material and spiritual.
Right.
And it also is relevant if there's a way to act in the material world.
Right.
This is what we're talking about. This is what
Okay.
what we're talking. That's the preaching point.
Okay.
Is that
Got it.
you came in late.
So what we are saying is when we are preaching in Russia, we have to tailor our preaching to the local culture. And when we are preaching in the United States or in Canada, we have to tailor our preaching to the local culture.
No,
No,
we don't.
no.
We don't listen. We don't tailor anything. We tailor them to us. We don't go to their level to make things understandable. We give examples from their life because
Right.
that's a way to get people's attention. But we don't go to their level to cooperate. We want to bring them up. Any preacher who goes down to the level of local values can get stuck.
Okay.
The
So
idea is to stay up
I
there.
see. No, I know that. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But what about when we say that we preach according to time, place, and circumstance? Can we say that culture is part of that?
Well, culture has changed. Srila Prabhupada preaches according to time and circumstance when he compares present material culture with the culture of Bhagavatam
Right.
and the culture of human beings.
Right.
So he's a comparative preacher. So we compare present culture, which is godless,
Yeah.
with a godly culture. That's all. That's what preaching means. We have to relate what should be, and we have to understand what is.
Right.
And we have to speak accordingly in such a way to convince others to accept what should be.
Right.
That's all.
So that's what I meant by tailoring.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we are doing that, aren't we?
I think so.
Right. What about in Russia? I mean, Russia right now is it's a mess in there, but is that Prabhu?
No, it's not a
Jai
mess.
Madhava?
No, I live here with the Russian devotees. We have thousands of devotees. They're preaching to the locals. Householders are going out on book distribution. Brahmacharis are going out on book distribution. They go on Harinam.
Right.
They're doing festivals. They're doing preaching in people's homes. They haven't changed anything. They're doing exactly now in Russia what we did 40 years ago.
Right.
At the best of their ability. Now I can say that as a fact because I'm a witness to it. So
Right.
they haven't. They're doing.
What city are you
worship.
in? What city do you preach?
I'm in Novosibirsk, Siberia.
Siberia. Okay.
Yes, you've heard of Siberia, right?
Yeah.
So
pretty bad.
I
It's a
lived
pretty
in
bad
Moscow.
place.
No, it's not. Yeah,
It's
Siberia
cold.
is. It is damn cold. It can get to be 40, 50 below zero in the wintertime. Yes, it gets damn cold here. But my point is the people here, even I've noticed, I lived in Moscow for 20 years.
Right.
And after living here, we've moved permanently to Siberia. The people here are a lot friendlier and easier to talk to and easier approachable than the hustle and bustle of the
Big city.
atmosphere in Moscow.
Yeah, the
Yes,
big city.
the people here in Russia are pious in a way that many of them, okay, a lot of them won't be devotees, but a lot will, and they're favorable. So there is a real, I don't know what it is, but
Look, the real evidence is there's more Russian devotees than any other devotees on the planet.
I just went to a program 3 weeks ago where I gave a lecture on Lord Nrsimhadev's appearance day, and I preached to 350 devotees in a rented hall in what used to be a movie theater. 350 devotees, and that's a small gathering of Russian devotees, not Indian, all Russian devotees.
That's
Do you
good.
know how wonderful it is to see something like that for me?
Yeah,
So
it
the
reminds
point
me.
is-
It reminds me of Mexico City in 1978 when we did
Exactly.
Harinams.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing in Russia is Krishna consciousness blooming, and it can't be stopped. It's already whatever happens, war, whatever happens in this world, I can honestly say that the Krishna consciousness movement will go on because it's been so firmly established in the lives of so many Russian devotees, and that gives me real hope.
Yeah, that's good.
Seriously, there's something. Krishna's doing something quite interesting that I'm eyewitness to.
Look at Prabhu. When Srila Prabhupada was referring to, the negative element of communism, in this day and age in 2022, would that just primarily refer to the Chinese communists, or
Yes, absolutely. Chinese communism is the arch enemy of Vaishnavism.
Yeah, they're even.
Why do you say that?
I heard they're arresting devotees in China now. They let the devotees preach, but now they're starting to give the devotees a hard time. I heard.
I think we should put up our hands from now on. Just let Rupanuga finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How do you do that?
I'm sorry.
How do you do that? Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah. If you look at the bottom.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry about that. My apology.
No, Rupanuga was on a roll, and I didn't, and he
No,
got
go
cut.
ahead. Let him finish.
I rolled out.
And roll back in.
Well, let's figure it out. This techie stuff. So how do you put the hand again?
You go down to the bottom there, and where it says
Participants, chat.
reactions, to the right-hand side of record, where it says reactions.
Oh, okay, I got it. Reaction. Oh, okay, so then I do this.
Click on that, and then there's one that says raise hand.
Oh, raise hand. Got it.
Okay, good. So let Rupanuga Prabhu speak first, and then Yugal Kishore, you please address after. Sorry for the interruption, Rupanuga Prabhu.
Okay, what do you want me to say? What's the question?
You were about to say something. You got cut off. I'm sorry. Train of thought got lost.
Talking about China.
You're talking about China.
China.
Communist.
So China.
Arch enemy.
Okay. So the Chinese are dedicated communists, especially in persecution of their own people. Everybody knows it. So they're ruthless. They just their life is cheap. Even during the Korean War, the way the Chinese army fought was they had what the Americans called human sea attacks. They would simply attack right into blazing machine guns, thousands and thousands of men, so that there were hundreds of bodies piled in front of the machine guns, and they had to keep changing the barrels until they had no barrels left. I mean, that's how much they care about their people. They can't even have a military strategy. Maybe now it's a little different, but that's the way it was. So I'm saying that communism, Chinese communism, is the epitome of communism, and communism is the political dress of atheism. And that's why Shilpa addressed it in his talk to the devotees in Mayapur. We kept mentioning communists as being the atheists, you see.
Yeah, what about the atheist? Oops.
And if another thing is,
Yeah.
you see leadership, and there's certain traditions in China that are not working in their favor. One of them is that people eat anything.
Yeah.
They eat anything.
Ugh.
That's not good. Because you judge a man by what he eats. You can tell a person what mode they're in by what they eat.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't offer things in the mode of ignorance. We only offer things in the mode of goodness and some things in the mode of rajas. So I'm saying some things in the mode of passion. But it's all becomes prashadam because they're offered to Krishna. Not only do they not offer anything, but they eat anything. And that's not good, because what it does is it hurts the intelligence. You see, meat eating actually destroys the finer tissues of the human brain. And milk nourishes. Milk products, especially milk, nourishes the finer tissues of the brain, so that person can have higher thoughts, which means spiritual thoughts. If you eat a lot of meat, fish, and eggs, then you actually destroy the finer tissues of the human brain. In the same way, like in this country, when boys and girls mix it up sexually in the early adolescence, they destroy their intelligence. Prabhupada said so. This early mixing of boys and girls destroys intelligence. So all these things are going on as a matter of fact in this country. Nobody knows anything. Nobody understands what sin is. People complain, say they're religious, but they're sinful, and they think that their religion's or the Supreme Personality of God in the form of Lord Jesus Christ, avatar, is going to take all their sins. But they don't even know what sin is.
Yeah, really.
Well,
So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with ignorance personified. This country has sunk so much lower than when Srila Prabhupada was here.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the whole world, but not just here. Europe is all coming out all over the place, all about these killing fields. It's all karma rolling out. It's coming. It's coming. Why? Because it's Lord Chaitanya's era. This is the golden age. We have to push against it. We are not strong enough. The Supreme Lord has made arrangements through the material energy to purify the path. That's what's happened. The path is being purified for us to carry on this movement, the mission. That's what's going on.
So we moved from Chinese communist situation to something else, but there is also communism in the United States, or at least the idea of pushing for communism. There's some same thing in Canada.
Socialism is rampant in this country. It's rampant in the universities.
Right.
It's
Same thing in Canada.
Marxism is being taught to the students. They don't really know what socialism is, but they're reading about it and they're being taught about it.
So,
and if you interview students, they think socialism is good. The whole thing is throughout the academic field, except for religion.
right,
It's always everywhere.
but when you use those terms, when you say communism, socialism, are you talking about in the economic arena or the political arena?
Every level.
Okay, so let's go by one level, the first level. What is wrong with socialist tendencies on the economic level?
I don't care. I mean, all I can say is,
No. You cannot say that to the audience.
what is the point?
I'm listening to you and I can relate to you because I know ISKCON and I know but if we are talking to an audience that is not ISKCON audience and we are preaching and we want to make them understand when we use these terms, communism, socialism, these people, they know what they're talking about. So we got to know what they know in order to make our speech meaningful to them. So
Yes.
when we say communism, well, let's say socialism, that America is, like you're saying, in the universities, that's being, pushed onto students. I mean, I got a master's degree and I got a bachelor's degree, and I can tell you I was never exposed to socialism at all.
Well, we don't preach that. Who says it? Look,
No,
we don't
in the
preach-
universities.
We don't
but-
preach politics. We don't preach politics.
Yeah, but you just brought it up. So
Because it's example, Shobaba gives.
right. So, and I'm bringing it up as an example. So what I'm saying is, when we use these terms, we gotta know what do people know about it. Otherwise, if we just use these terms and don't have a deeper understanding of what it means, we're gonna look like fools.
Can I make a point? May I make one simple point? Communism, socialism has no value if they have no God consciousness. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I
So
think that's the point.
Communism, we make the point that their deficiency is not what they're professing, like equality for all people, healthcare for all people,
Right.
equality in jobs for all people. We have no problem with that.
Yeah, but that's what
But they
people are
take- but-
listening.
But because there's no God consciousness, there's animal slaughter, there's abortions, there's intoxication, there's meat eating, there's gambling. The sinful activities are mixed in with their socialism and their communism.
That's
So
also the
because they're
capitalists.
Yes, so they're both deficient.
Correct.
There's no, we're not preaching capitalism or communism. We're
Well,
preaching Krishna consciousness
Correct.
as an
That-
alternative to communism and socialism.
That's
That's the
correct.
bottom line.
That's the bottom line. I agree with that.
We're not professing we're going to give them a socialist Krishna consciousness
Well,
or a
look,
capitalist Krishna consciousness.
Ernest, what do you disagree with?
No, what I'm saying is, when we use these terms and we are preaching to the regular people, not to the audience of devotees, because we know what Prabhupada wrote about it. We know what Prabhupada spoke about it. Like you just also in the last 5-10 minutes, what you spoke about, we know the things. We don't have to preach to the choir basically, but when we are using these terms and you're speaking to an audience that is not familiar with our philosophy, they're going to be listening to something else. They're going to be hearing out something else. So like Prabhu said, Jaya Madhava Prabhu was saying, and Prabhupada said this in the original BTG, when I first read, the dialectic spiritualism.
Yes.
When I read that, I was a communist before joining ISKCON.
Right.
I was an intellectual, not communist, but I was an intellectual socialist.
Yes.
But when I read that in simple English,
Yes.
what Prabhupada was saying, it was like, it was simple to understand. With
What did
simple
he say?
arguments, like what Jaya Madhava is saying, we don't mind if you're living in Russia right now and the system is socialist system in terms of economics.
Yeah.
And we just preach Krishna consciousness. We are in America, here is capitalist economy. We preach Krishna consciousness. In that sense, we got to learn how we can present the principles of Krishna consciousness as understood by Prabhupada whenever he addressed these particular issues of socialism and communism. Now, the only difference with communism, like we've been talking about, is that these people, the communist people, the Chinese Communist Party, they want to control what you're thinking. That's the problem. But other than that,
Look, Srila Prabhupada said communism's fine. The point is Ishavasha. If the communist leader is God conscious, it doesn't matter whether it's capitalism or communism. Srila Prabhupada didn't preach communism or capitalism.
Right, correct.
He preached Ishavasha.
And I think that's what we got to stick to that.
Well, we do. I mean, I don't know about you, but whenever I preach, I don't talk about communist or socialist. I only mentioned it tonight because it came up as part of our discussion.
Right.
And I mentioned what Srila Prabhupada said, not what I said. I simply repeated what he said.
Correct. But we gotta, if we are talking to an audience that is not a devotee audience.
Well, we're not talking to a non-devotee. We're talking, that's what this is. This is an Ishtagoshti. We're reading Shastra. Okay. We're talking, it's like in a room conversation. Srila Prabhupada's not going to talk to the people and he's preaching to in the same way he talks in a room conversation. Is he?
Obviously not.
No. So no, nor do we.
Okay, so if we are talking what we already know for the last 40, 45 years, how can we use this concept to actually make more devotees? I think that's the issue. I mean,
to get more people on board.
Right, to get more people on board, because otherwise, I mean, I knew that stuff you're talking about in the last 10 minutes for the last 40 years. I know that. So what you're telling me, I knew 40 years ago. So if we're going to be, if we're going to be,
you joined in 1977, right?
Right.
Okay.
5 years, whatever.
So you joined in 77.
Yes.
All right. So you must have learned something different than what you knew before, and that's what we're doing.
Right. So
we discuss it in terms of we give examples in terms of what's happening in the material world. That doesn't mean that we preach that. It means that we have to understand how the philosophy is applicable in this modern world.
Right. So, but another thing that we can actually bring up in this Ishtagoshti, like you're saying, if we are going to be effective at preaching Krishna consciousness in the Western world, let's say, because I mean, Russia is a different ballgame. I mean, the culture is different. People are more submissive. People are less challenging, you know, like that. So it's a lot easier to preach in Russia. And I've been in Russia too. I mean, I spent 6 months in Crimea and Sevastopol and Yalta. I went there with Niranjan Swami, but anyway, that's another story. And I know, I mean, the Russian people, even the Russian soldiers were very nice people when they were not in uniform.
Absolutely.
When they were not in uniform, these people are like, you know, great buddies.
No, that's exactly the way it is. 100%.
Right. So
what's your point?
And so what I'm saying is, if we're going to be preaching to the American audience, and Prabhupada wanted us to preach to the brainy people in the universities, and like you said, a lot of the universities in the United States are kind of left-wing. So how can we be effective at recruiting that kind of people? Because, you know, you recruit the intellectual class in society, you can do a lot more, be more effective in spreading Krishna consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I make a point?
Go ahead, Prabhu.
I served the Bhaktivedanta Institute from 1977 to 1979. I helped them with the artwork in their books, and I was a brahmachari collecting money on Sankirtan to give to Swarup Damodar. The only thing that we need to do to reach out to this other alternative group is to just give them what Prabhupada disciples gave us, which was pure Krishna consciousness. I've talked to Swarup Damodar. I talked to Madhavadas. I talked to Sadaputa. I was living with these people, in the same room with them for hours on end, you know, when I wasn't out on doing my Sankirtan.
Right.
They became devotees just like I became a devotee, by hearing Harinam, by getting one of Prabhupada's books, by taking prasadam, by going to a temple and attending the Sunday feast. It doesn't take rocket scientists how to preach to these other class of people.
Yep.
We don't expect all of them to take, but if one does, that's a valuable person. So we don't have to necessarily tailor our preaching to these people you're talking about. We merely give them what we got from Prabhupada. That's how the scientists became devotees. They weren't approached by Prabhupada disciples as scientists. They were just given Prabhupada's books, given prasadam. They met the devotees in the street on Harinam, just like we did.
Right.
Excuse me. I want to hear from Rupanuga, because were you the first person that met Sadaputa and Madhava?
I made them both devotees.
There you go.
And I just have a BA in psychology. I can't touch their credentials. I didn't preach to them about their positions, their science, nothing. I just preached straight Krishna consciousness. Proved to them it was above what they learned.
Exactly.
And they decided to dovetail what they learned in the Bhaktivedanta Institute.
Exactly.
So how can we replicate that again today in 2020 in order to recruit that kind of devotees? You know what I mean? What if we have 20 Sadhaputas or 40 Sadhaputas? That's better than having one. Only one.
This is all talk, you know. I mean, the fact is, look, how did I meet them? I met them through the ordinary way. Sadhaputta picked up on a traveling Sankirtan party, obviously in Birmingham, New York, where he was going to college. Madhava, I met him in the New York street, I believe, or at the temple. And he was traveling in a truck by himself, you know, with a beard. And he was just, you know, trying to figure out the world. So we meet them however way. But the Bhaktivedanta Institute was charged by Srila Prabhupada with the task of preaching to these people.
Right.
And they do it on their level. They do it at a certain degree.
Okay,
and they
good.
were doing it when Srila Prabhupada was here. It's not that it's not going on. They're doing it. Personally, I believe that the original, and I was there in the beginning of BI, official beginning in 76 in Washington, D.C., New Hostinapur. And it was stressed to us that BI was a challenge. It was a challenge to the worldview of nihilism and Darwinism. And each one could be married for tomorrow you may dieism.
Right.
It was a challenge to that.
Right. That, and I hope, you know, I mean, Prabhupada had a very keen interest in preaching to, you know, educated audiences, not just to general masses, but I mean, we were quite effective at preaching at the general masses. And it requires a little bit more, you know, of having a domain of the different things that these people have. That's why they had the BI. Okay, so
preaching at the University of Buffalo in '68 was a lot different than preaching in the streets of the Lower East Side.
Right.
And now you're talking about preaching. You are the one who has a master's degree. You're the one who's gone through the situation. You're the one who has to figure out how to preach to the other.
I'm already doing that. So we
Good.
just
Good, you do it.
We just opened in a center in Syracuse, New York. And
okay. There you go. There you go.
And we opened another center in Miami Beach with.
But you have the credentials. You have the credentials, and you have to use them in Srila Prabhupada's service. That's all.
Which I already doing for the last 35 plus years.
So you can't expect us to be on that level of understanding about how to preach to people that you went to school with and understand what they're thinking about because you know their language.
See, that's what I'm saying. So I think in ISKCON, we need some kind of branch or a department besides the BI, because it looks like the BI that.
Listen, a lot of devotees who are not members of BI had gone back to school. But there's a lot of lawyers. There's 30 or 40 lawyers in the world, devotee lawyers. There's all kinds of PhDs that have popped up. ISKCON went back to school after Srila Prabhupada disappeared. Okay, it's up to them to use their credentials to preach, just like whatever.
That's a good point. I think that's
I think a good example is Garuda, for example.
Right.
Garuda has 3 master's degrees and a PhD, right? And I was with him from the very beginning of his. I was the one who went to Srila Prabhupada to get approval for his program. Okay.
What program?
And for his program of going to college, I was the one who convinced him to go to Chicago, University of Chicago, to Harvard, because it was a bigger name.
Right.
And he did it. He went, and he graduated, and he preaches on that level.
Right.
Because he's using his credentials on that level, just like you're doing.
Cool.
But all the devotees don't have that credentials. See, they have to preach on whatever level, and ultimately, the preaching is for the people.
Right.
Because the idea of preaching to the upper class people is that trickle down effect.
Right. It is like that.
The preaching to leaders, the preaching to scientists, the preaching to all these academicians is the point of preaching dripping down to the folks.
Yeah, trickle down. Yeah, that's the whole deal.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's what education is about.
Right. Well, it's good that you know, Thank you, Gaur Prabhu, for inviting me. I've been trying to get in, but I'm not a techie guy. So now, from now on, let me know.
Yeah, no, it's every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm letting you know right now.
Okay. Yeah,
Now-
I like this. I like this forum because it's, I mean, I'm a 61-year-old guy. I'm more on the other side of the world than this side of the world. But at the same time, we need to promote these ideas and these concepts among the younger generation of devotees.
Are you in a house there in Syracuse? Because I went to a house, a preaching house in Syracuse.
When did you go?
Oh, when I was coming back from New York Rath Yatra 3 years ago, there was a devotee from Miami there.
Yes, that's the one I helped open up.
Oh, nice.
His name is Keshava Gopal.
Yes, I met him. Very nice.
He's a Jewish guy from Israel.
Right. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'd love to come and visit you sometime, except I'm not going to take an
Oh, no,
ethylene.
I'm not there. I'm in Palo Alto right now.
Oh, you're in California.
Yeah, Palo Alto. So,
Okay.
but I help. Nowadays everything is remotely. So I help. I'm the basically the chief financial officer for that corporation that is called ISKCON Syracuse. I helped him open that up, and I'm still involved with them. And it'll be nice if you can go back. By the way, I'm cheering you up to come back.
They don't want to stick an ethylene oxide swab up my nose.
Okay.
I don't want that. I'm not taking any jabs.
Well, I thought that's no longer required when you cross
Not
the border.
sure. I'd have to find out. But
Yeah.
Ithaca, I went to Ithaca and I went to Cornell University because I
Yeah.
was being reminded in Yogeshwar Prabhu's book that there was a professor at Cornell that glorified Prabhupada's Chaitanya Charitamritas.
Right.
So I went there looking to see if I could speak in a world religion course, and the only course I could find was Hinduism and music. So
Well, you're a musician.
so I sent an email to the teacher. Her name was Elizabeth Lyon or Lyon. And I
Okay.
said, I'd become a monk years back in the tradition, and I happened to be in the area, and I'd also been a musician before, and I was wondering if she could use my services. She said, why don't I meet you downtown and we can talk? So then I said, okay, so what are you teaching? She said, we're teaching Shabda Brahma and Sangita Ratnakar, which is about mudras and Bharatnatyam.
Right.
And I said, well, I can talk about the great acharyas in the Vaishnav musical tradition, Narottam Das Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Thakur. She said, okay, great. She said, why don't I just ask you the same questions that I asked you now in the classroom? So I showed up at Cornell University, full blown, dhoti, kurta,
Regalia, yeah.
black, shaved right up. And before we started, the teacher said, Gaura, I hope you don't mind, but one of our students here wants to do a little bhajan for the other students before we begin. There was only maybe 12, 15 students in the class. It was a small class. I said, I don't mind at all. I said, what will she be chanting? She said, I'll be chanting Govinda Bolo Hari Gopala Bolo. I said, I know it. So I had my harmonium. She had a little kartal. She started playing. We immediately clicked, and all the students were amazed because we had a little band going like right
Yeah.
on.
So that Rupanula Prabhu and Jaimalava Prabhu, Gaura and I used to be Harinam Kirtan guys in downtown Montreal for several years
Yeah.
in the 80s.
Yeah. But
So Gaur was the harmonium guy and I was the mridanga guy. Remember
Yeah.
Gaur?
down in the metro there, Barry de Montaigne.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
We
Well-
did it. Then I did it in Toronto, and then I did it in Ottawa. Then I went to Vancouver. So after 10 years of my life given to ISKCON Canada, I came back to sunny South Beach, Miami, Florida.
California.
Well, now I'm in California, but
Hey, Yugal Kishore, this is Mother Gandhari from Vancouver. Remember?
oh,
I
Hare
thought you
Krishna. Yeah, I was in Vancouver.
You're in California just in time for Bill Gates' billions of mosquitoes to be released with the latest virus.
I don't know, but
That's what he said. Florida and California, that he's releasing them there. So,
the problem here is the fires. I mean,
oh yeah, they're bad, huh? They're
they're pretty bad. The fires and then And in Florida are the mosquitoes. Alachua is a mosquito country. I still have interest in Alachua, so I go back and forth to Alachua 2-3 times a year. And
Well, then you can visit Rupanuga Prabhu because he's in Alachua.
yeah, I always tried to meet you, Rupanuga Prabhu, but you didn't come to the temple, so I didn't know how to contact you. But now that we are here in this forum, maybe I should go and pay my obeisance to you one of these days. Gaura has my phone number. He can share it with you and text me. I'll text you when I'm in town, and
That'll be great. I noticed all the way from Ireland, Mr. Ananda Hari Prabhu has arrived. Thank you for coming by, Ananda Hari.
Hare Krishna, sorry I'm late.
No. Do you have any questions for Rupanuga Prabhu? Anything?
Yes, I do, but not now, unless because I still have some questions about what was discussed over the last weeks or months, and but I also just wanted to say I was trying this japa at a much louder volume, and it was very helpful. It really was.
That's good. You tried it.
Yeah. So I normally travel back and forth to the States, usually once a month. But for the same reason as you, I'm not allowed into the States at the moment because I haven't had any
Shots and
or
tests and all of that garbage.
Yeah, I've managed to get through the whole thing without even a test so far.
Wow,
so,
good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
In Ireland, we
actually.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, the first 2 years was actually quite. We had a lot of programs, and we have Kurma Prabhu lives nearby to us, so we had a lot of programs. It's the last sort of 6 months. It's getting very strange, I find, even though it's opening up, it's as if nothing happened. They're trying to say as if nothing happened. So it's been weird. But anyway, it's what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I was at a meeting. I was at an ASTM American Standards meeting last night for my work, which is why I'm a bit late here now.
What's your line of work?
We make meters for checking moisture in buildings.
Oh.
For damp and different things like that.
So you were at an American Standards meeting?
Yeah, they have them optionally virtual, for anyway, it's a bit mundane. I won't take your time.
My friend Vidura is there in Ireland. He's a wonderful devotee.
I know Vidura from Africa, actually. I used to travel in Africa for a few years.
If you see him, please tell him that you're coming, and I'd love for him to join Rupanuga Prabhu.
I think he lives in Birmingham. Okay, does he?
Vidura is in Birmingham now.
He's in Birmingham, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're planning on preaching in Ireland, or is that your intention?
Well, Krishna willing, I suppose I've had a lot of trouble with my work with not taking the injections and everything, so I seem to be through it. But to be honest, I'd love to retire, even though I'm 52, I'm not so old. But anyway, I have decisions to make that I would love to discuss at some point. But I'm a bit conscious about this being live on YouTube, and I don't want to waste people's time. And
you're broadcasting to the whole world right now. What's your message?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But so I did have some personal questions, and then also just there was a lot of discussion. I don't want to bring up these topics, but I really enjoyed listening to the discussion about the fall of the jiva, not, and also the discussion on Prabhupada's relationship with the Gaudiya Math. I found them very helpful, really inspiring. Not, you know, there was nothing I found negative. I obviously, you know, the point about the fall of the jiva is something I don't like to. I mean, I know we shouldn't really get too into it and discuss it, but it's always troubled me from the point of view that I sort of I grew up in a Christian country, not very Christian person myself. I didn't particularly like it. But the idea of eternal hell always struck me as something really negative. And as, you know, aspiring Vaishnavas, I believe we understand that being separate from Krishna, whether in heaven or hell, is all hell. So the idea that we were never born and with, you know, we weren't ever with Krishna is like the same to me as the idea of eternal hell. It just seems very negative.
Yes.
Viewpoints, you know.
Yes.
And I had a question. I've always sort of seen it when they say that a leaf never fell from Vaikuntha. I always understood that as we never fell from Vaikuntha. We're just dreaming as if we're away from Krishna. Is that, I just was wondering, is that an incorrect?
Well, that's one of their claims. Somebody claims that we're not, our spiritual body really actually remaining in spiritual world, but we're dreaming we're here, which is a complete concoction. We're here. We're located here. We're 1/10,000th tip of a hair in these bodies. We're located right where we're sitting. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's why Krishna comes here. That's why Lord Chaitanya comes here. That's why Prabhupada to help get us out of this place. Like he was asked,
is in every atom. So this is also there, I suppose.
This is also the kingdom of God. Sri Prabhupada gives the example that in your finger, your index finger, you can cut the nail and there's no poison. I mean, there's no pain. But a little inch of the way you cut, and there's tremendous pain. He says, similarly, this part of the kingdom of God is a place where people have no sensation for Krishna. They're not conscious of Krishna. This is like the nail, there's no pain, but it's part of the finger. So this is part of the kingdom of God also. It's his kingdom. It's his energy. It's his creation.
It's a prison house.
Yes, it's all for our reformation.
Okay, no, yeah, I accept that point, and I accept that that's a wrong understanding. It just seemed to me that the prison is our consciousness of being separate from Krishna.
Exactly.
But
that's
if
Maya.
If we're conscious of Krishna, then it no longer is a prison. It's
his world. It's his world. Sri Prabhupada said material energy is actually spiritual energy covered by the diluting potency of the Lord. See, so there's inferior energy and there's superior energy. They're both spiritual, but they function differently. But they're both coming from Krishna.
Prapanuga Prabhu, didn't Prabhupada answer to that question of where do I come from by saying that, giving the example that when you are in a boat in the ocean and you fall over onto the water, you don't get philosophical about it to say, where do I come from? You just want to get out of the water. Didn't Prabhupada gave us that example in terms of where the jiva come from?
I don't remember it specifically that way. That, it fell in the water and what? I mean, the point is to keep above the water line. That's what we got to do.
Get out of the water. I mean, get back on the
boat.
But
we can't get out by ourselves. That was the point. We can't get out by ourselves. No matter, we may be good swimmers.
Right.
But we're not. We're still in the hellish condition. So we have to depend on being pulled out of the water.
Right.
By Krishna, by his pure devotee representative, by devotee being pulled out of the water. And that's what we're trying to do for people. They're all submerged in the Maya water, forgetfulness. And we're trying to pull them out, show them what Srila Prabhupada showed us. We're trying to share what we learned with Srila Prabhupada with the other conditioned souls. And we should always remember, we're conditioned souls. Right. The reason that people embrace this no-fall philosophy is they don't have the sufficient humility to admit they fell. They cannot understand how, with free will, which we had in the spiritual world, we would be so foolish as to fall in this material world. They do not understand the absolute condition of the free will, which Krishna himself never tampers with.
Right.
We made a decision in the spiritual world that was an offense in our eternal relationship with Krishna, and that got us in this prison house. Just like a citizen out there, if he does something, he can get in a prison house, the state prison house. So here we are. The idea, Krishna is so kind, he comes himself. He was just here 5,000 years ago. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came 536 years ago, and Srila Prabhupada came. So there's every attempt to get us out of this prison.
Right.
We've got to go on good behavior. That's how we get out. And good behavior is to be a devotee of the Lord and help other people become devotees. Not to look down, not to make excuses, not just like he said. You might ask why, how, somehow or another we got here. The point is we're here. But they've taken it since Srila Prabhupada disappeared, another level of it. We never did. We never were in the spiritual world, which is exactly what Srila Prabhupada does not preach.
Right. Correct.
He preached,
fact-
we fell. And not only that, we're sitting here and with a half an acre around this building that we're in, there are millions of spirit souls just like we are. Only there are tufts of grass, there are ants, there are germs, there are birds, there are bats, there are trees, there are clouds. There's millions and trillions of spirit souls, and we're so fortunate to be here now in this birth. It's the best birth we've ever taken out of 8,400,000 species. We had to go through them all, Srila Prabhupada said, all of them. And then like the surfer wants to fly on top of the ocean. So he's going to become a fish and swim against the waves. But there's 900,000 species of fish. We have to go through all of this to get here. And if we believed in what Srila Prabhupada said, we'd faint. We just simply collapse and surrender immediately. But it has to get through our thick skulls. The more education we have, the more education we have, the thicker the skull is. So we've got to get through. Get through.
Last time I was in Alacha a couple of weeks ago, and this Prabhu was telling me how, in the early days, you guys used to joke about, you had your degree, you have a BS degree, and that meant, BS.
Yes.
And then you got a master's and MS, more of the same. And then you got a PhD, permanent head damage.
That's excellent.
Pushkar told me that joke. Pushkar.
And I'll tell you something. Devotees who are going back to get advanced degrees have taken a big risk, and some of them didn't do too well. Because if you go into academia, you can't be affected by them. You go there to affect them, to change them.
Right.
Go to catch the big fish, but don't get wet.
That's a very, very good point.
I went back to school not for, I went back to school to make money, and that's what I'm doing. I got an MBA, so I didn't go get a bachelor's degree, a master's degree in anything else. So to me, that education is just to make money, not really to go to look for God.
Right. That has to be done. Everybody has to earn according to their capacity.
Right. So, yeah, but you're right. I mean, a lot of the bodies who go into the liberal arts, they don't do that well.
They become liberals.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's very dangerous, actually, to go into that place and to stay not affected from it, because before we became devotees, if we go back to after being devotees and we go back into that institution of college or university and associate with these people, we can backflip into our old concepts again. I mean, because we already have these misconceptions before we became devotees, we can backflip into those old concepts unexpectedly without knowing that it's actually happening to us.
Well, you see, that's a good point. We become again mouse, right?
Yeah.
Punar Mushtika Bhava, again become a mouse.
Yeah. That, actually, what you just said, Jai Madhava Prabhu, I joined ISKCON when I was 18 years old, so I do not have, and to tell you the truth, my college, I became a dropout because back in the day, if you were not a dropout, you could not join ISKCON. But at any rate, I didn't have the exposure sufficient exposure to the material world for me to go back to something. And, I never took drugs in my life.
Well, not just going back to drugs or breaking the four-legged principles. Right. When I say to go back to, I also mean if a devotee goes back to college or university, if there's a danger they can go back to their previous misconceptions.
Yeah.
Even as devotees, without even realizing that they're compromising themselves. They don't. We can see it because we're looking at it from a distance.
Yeah.
But they can't see it.
Let me read to you a statement of a devotee who got a PhD at Southern University, and this is what he wrote. But when the guru departs, sadhu and shastra can take on a new import, as those who succeed him become the new interpreters of past precedents, scriptural law, and the new set of circumstances.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's so dangerous. That hits the nail right on the head. Yes.
Can you read that again, please? One more time.
I'll read it again. This is from an essay in reference to the Hare Krishna movement. Quote, but when the guru departs, sadhu and shastra can take on a new import, as those who succeed him become the new interpreters of past precedents, scriptural law, and the new set of circumstances.
Who said that? That's interesting.
I'm not going to tell you.
I knew you wouldn't.
I know about that. That really, when I heard that, and I know who you're talking about, it really broke my heart. I said, my God.
Well, this isn't the first time I read this. I've read this before.
I know it shocked me. I was like, my God, this person is a leader in ISKCON, and he's saying this. He's my God brother, and he's saying this.
Well, I know who that is. I know who is.
No, don't name the name. But
I'm not.
The point is, I was shocked that he was able to say this, and that they would even print it in a Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja book.
Well, listen. There's a law of association. That law of association applies spiritually and materially. It cannot be broken. Birds of a feather, or you had judged a man's company by the company he keeps. So when our men go to preaching in a university, the danger is to become associated and get affected by the consciousness there, which is based on material. Now, a very interesting thing, when Srila Prabhupada published his Bhagavad Gita, the Macmillan version, he sent it out to dozens of academicians in various fields, not knowing what result would come of it. He didn't know. He didn't pay anybody. He didn't know what kind of reviews he was going to get. But he got dozens of very positive reviews from academicians from every conceivable discipline. It goes to show that if there's actual preaching done on the right level, even those persons can be affected, even though they're overwhelmed, overburdened with so much mundane education. That was the power of that Bhagavad Gita, that not a one of them wrote back any suggestion for any change of every one of them, including Sanskrit scholars. One Sanskrit scholar, Professor Shukla, who was at Georgetown University, one of the best universities in America, was a head scholar there in Sanskrit, an Indian gentleman. He wrote the best review of them all. He didn't find any fault with Srila Prabhupada's Sanskrit, his translations. So all of them wrote back very favorable replies. And the thing that astonishes me is that Srila Prabhupada took that chance. He wasn't going to them for authority. He didn't need their authority. He had Krishna's authority. Then why was he going to them? He went to them because he needed to be authenticated. He wanted them to authenticate his Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
So that means that if they authenticate it, then it could be used. And so the traveling Sankirtan party that went around and put Srila Prabhupada's Gita in so many universities had that to go on. They had that background of all these academicians who approved, reviewed, and approved Srila Prabhupada's book. So therefore, this library needs this book.
Right.
I'm giving that point to prove that whatever situation you go in, if you are equipped, you can change hearts, you can change minds, you can affect the consciousness of the person you're talking to. If you want to get a person on a level, intellectual level right away, you just ask them a question like, well, suppose somebody walked up to you and asked you, what's the highest truth you know? What would you say? Boom, they're right on top of the intellectual platform. They're right on the intelligence platform, above the mind. You got them. You got them on the intellectual platform. Now, what are you going to do? See what the handle is that they show you. Preaching is an art. You have to know what handle to grab when it shows itself. So if you're an educated man, you know the educated handles.
Right.
So you just become expert in grabbing them, saying, here, I got you. I got you. Now let's hear your answer to this one. Or come over to my house. My wife's a great cook. You ought to take some samosas. You'll be surprised. And how about a Simply Wonderful? Or how about a glubja? And hey, would you like to see Radha Krishna? Or would you like to talk about Bhagavad Gita? Everybody will talk about Bhagavad Gita. We have to go to people's homes. We have to take Srila Prabhupada into people's private lives. The person Srila Prabhupada, who never went anywhere. He's right in his books. He's right in his lectures. We take him with us. These people are suffering so much, and people, even they deserve it, they're suffering so much, but we still have to have compassion. We can't just write it off and say, well, they're getting what they deserve. All this killing fields, they're getting it. That's true. But when Pariksit Maharaj heard about the hellish planets, he stopped the whole thing. He didn't want to hear any more about himself. He only had a few days. He wanted to know, how do we save those people who are suffering in the hellish planets? What do we do?
Right.
And he wouldn't accept the first answer, but they have to atone. They have to be atonement. But no, he wouldn't accept that, because as king, he knew the people who atone didn't get cured. They just got free of that one thing, like the elephant goes in the water, comes out perfectly clean and throws on dust. He said people are like that. So atonement's not going to help. He didn't accept that answer. He was very intelligent. And therefore, just like the more questions he asked, the more happy, the more enthusiastic and ecstatic Sukadeva Goswami became. Just when we preach, the people's responses, their opposition, their questions, it all will enliven us even more and more. That's what preaching does. And every disciple, every one of Srila Prabhupada's living disciples should be preaching somehow or other in their own capacity. Because there's nothing more enlivening than preaching. There's nothing more purifying than preaching.
Yes, go ahead.
Srila Prabhupada said we have to use our secret weapon, which is Krishna Prasadam. So in all the years that I was a teacher in Moscow, many times I worked in elite schools, private schools with Russian children, actually. I worked in many private schools working with Russian rich children, actually. Now, I couldn't very well preach directly to them, but I distribute hundreds and thousands of cookies offered to the deities to these children. I made it a special point to distribute prasadam. And I'll tell you what happened to me one afternoon. It was 4 o'clock, and I was going home from school to my home in Moscow. And I was sitting at my desk in an empty classroom, and my door was a little bit ajar. And some of my English students walked by, and I could hear them, but I couldn't see them. And to my absolute astonishment, they were saying, I'm not making this up. They were going, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. They were chanting the Maha Mantra, my students, and laughing, and they didn't know I heard them. And I never took them up on it, but I actually experienced this. And it touched my heart so deeply that somehow or the other, because I was distributing prasadam to these children and teenagers, that Krishna was making an arrangement for them, maybe to meet devotees on Harinam in the street or something. Maybe they connected me to the Krishna movement, but they never said it to my face. So it's kind of like a mystical thing I experienced right here in Russia, you know?
They didn't get the mantra from you. They got it somewhere else.
Yes, but I gave them prasadam.
Right.
So somehow or the other, they, in their travels around Moscow, maybe they met a book distributor or they saw Harinam party, and they didn't even know I heard them chanting. And I don't even know if they knew that I heard them chanting, but the experience literally blew my mind.
I had the experience when I've gone on Harinam, and I'd always try to either bake some cookies or get someone to bake them. Usually like an oatmeal cookie or with raisins or whatever. And I'd always give out invitations to people. And on at least 2 occasions, I've had people come to the Sunday feast just meditating on getting one of those cookies. And they would be disappointed if we didn't have those cookies at the Sunday feast, because they liked them. So they said, I came here just to get another one of those cookies. Prabhupada said, if you want to make a friend, give them a cookie.
Yeah, Prabhupada also made the point that we can't understand these books unless we get purified. And we get purified by chanting and taking prasadam.
Right.
How many times have we distributed Prabhupada's books to people, and they would meet them later in the street, maybe in the street or at a shopping mall, and they'd say, well, I got your books, but I can't understand a thing. Well, they're still smoking and drinking and eating meat. Of course you can't understand the book. You have to encourage them to give up these things. So it doesn't matter whether they're a PhD or college professor or just some normal person in the street. They're not going to be able to understand Krishna consciousness or Prabhupada's books unless they at least stop eating meat and start taking prasadam. They got to get purified, correct?
Well, all I know is that 2 weeks after I met Srila Prabhupada, I gave up all those things. It's all a matter of association with the holy name or with Srila Prabhupada or Shadam. There's got to be some spiritual association to replace, to transcend them, to replace those.
Yes, that's true. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't a vegetarian before I met Srila Prabhupada.
Oh, neither was I.
Yeah. I smoked cigarettes. I mean, I didn't know these things are bad or wrong or sinful. I had no idea what bad karma was, what good karma was. I just knew I was looking for a spiritual master. I didn't know what to expect. I thought he was going to take me to the higher planets and show me all around the top of the universe. That's what I heard spiritual masters did. So I wasn't disappointed. He did take me to the higher planets. The highest.
To the highest planets. Yeah.
I joined in the early 90s.
I don't know.
What are you saying?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I joined in the early 90s, and I think 93. And, it was, I met a devotee, Tribhuvanath, Prabhu, who
I
was-
know.
yeah, he but he, like Rupanuga Prabhu, he was so Prabhupada centered. It was everything was
Yeah.
Prabhupada. So it became very, very inspiring. You know, we followed him in Africa. We followed him all over the world. Well, all over Europe anyway, in Africa. And I find that there's amongst the younger generations, they're sort of really looking for that connection, genuine connection to Prabhupada. That's it's alive, you know, it's very, very alive. So he left very young. He passed away. He was in 2001. So, you know, it's that's why I found these talks so inspiring, because it's like hearing that connection again, hearing that really strong connection. So anyway, it's been amazing. I mean, we used to go to these music festivals. We'd go to Glastonbury and other music festivals, and we would start kirtan at 10 o'clock at night and finish at 4 o'clock in the morning every night for like the whole time we were there, because in those days, those festivals were very wild places. So the safest place was just to stay in kirtan, you know. So you could only do that with a taste, you know. There had to be there was a real strong taste that you had to be into.
I wanted to ask you a question, Rupanuga Prabhu. I put this up on my Facebook page today, but I didn't actually have the place or the date for this quote. And I know by now that if you put up a Prabhupada quote on your Facebook page, if you don't have the place and the date, someone's going to call you out on it. Just like, actually, I remember when you were in Ottawa with us as our GBC in '76, you told me, I still remember this. You said that you or someone had spoken to Prabhupada about Prabhupada said, and Prabhupada said, they are all saying Prabhupada said, but it is all nonsense. So the other day I put up a message saying, first become conscious, then become Krishna conscious. Srila Prabhupada and a godbrother came along. Where did Prabhupada say that? So I contacted Vishnu Murthy, who's in charge of Vanapedia, Vani quotes in Radhadesh, Belgium. He couldn't actually find that quote. And I noticed Sachinandan Swami says many times, well, as we all know, Prabhupada said, first become conscious, then become Krishna conscious. But I couldn't find that anyplace. So did you ever hear Prabhupada say, become conscious, then become Krishna conscious?
No, I never heard.
Does that sound like a Prabhupada-ism to you?
It doesn't.
No.
What does it mean?
Well, okay, this is what I one godbrother said to me, that he'd heard Prabhupada say that you should always be conscious, like you should even know what day it is. If you don't know what day it is, that means you're in Maya. You should be conscious, because how can you be conscious of Krishna if you're not even aware that you need to take a bath, or that what time it is, or where you are?
Well, that sounds like a pretty tough place to be. Doesn't sound like much intelligence is going along with that location. So I just don't think, it doesn't make really much spiritual sense to me.
Okay.
I've heard Srila Prabhupada say consciousness means Krishna consciousness. That makes more sense. People who think they're conscious are not really conscious, because real consciousness means Krishna consciousness. That makes more sense to me. I heard him say that. And we know that because we weren't really conscious until we met Srila Prabhupada. What consciousness did we have? What were we conscious of? Krishna's energy? We didn't know where it came from.
I was trying to like connect with the white light, but I didn't know how to do that. Merge into the white light. till I met Prabhupada. What about that saying, books are the basis, preaching is the essence, utility is the principle, and purity is the force? It's popular, but Prabhupada never really said that, did he?
I heard that was said by Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur.
Okay.
And Srila Prabhupada got that from him. Now, I can't really confirm that. I mean, I never heard Srila Prabhupada say that either.
Uh-huh.
But it makes sense, doesn't it?
Sure.
Perfect sense.
He also said, and I confirmed this because it's posted in Vrindavan. He said, first health, then chanting, then seva, and then then reading in that order. So we have to take care of our health first.
Yeah.
Because without health, he said, without good health, how can you carry out the rest of it?
And after health is what's the next one? Service?
No, health, then chanting.
Chanting.
Then seva or service. And then reading.
Mm-hmm.
And he also said his books were recorded sound.
Right.
So I take that to mean it's important to hear his lectures, which I do. And persons who are not big readers like me like to listen to lectures, even without being big readers. One should listen to those lectures because one gets direct association with Srila Prabhupada through the sound vibration before it's recorded, or if it is ever recorded. In fact, there's 7 volumes of Srila Prabhupada's lectures on the Bhagavad Gita. Each volume is 650 pages long. That's thousands of pages more to the Bhagavad Gita than we have.
Yeah. Elaborations.
Yeah, lectures. So we have at our disposal, literally, an endless supply of knowledge of every field. He says, we know this, we understand, if you're Krishna conscious, you understand everything that's going on. Whatever the fancy words are, they call it, doesn't matter. They can call these jabs, for example, all kinds of stuff. It's hard to get through the descriptions of what they are, what they're supposed to do. But if you look into the contents, then all the verbiage disappears. Then you get to the heart of the matter. And that's intelligence. And Shababa said, intelligence is the form direction of the super soul. So super soul's always talking to us.
Yep.
Guiding us if we listen.
Can I ask a question?
Just before you do, Shuddha Sindhu Madhavi had her hand up before you.
Oh, okay.
I was just wondering if those volumes from Bhagavad Gita are available somewhere.
I have a set. I don't think they've been printed since the 90s. By the archives, ISKCON archives. I just talked to Ekanath the other day. He's in Sandy Ridge, North Carolina, and he has constructed a vault in which he has safely, show me photographs, in which he has safely stored all of these books, lectures, drawer after drawer, file cabinet after file cabinet, row after row, and it's all in a bomb-proof shelter.
Wow.
And it can be downloaded?
I don't know. I'm not really techie. I'm a real low tech person, but I'm sure it can be.
Okay. And is it all unedited?
That I can't say. I've noticed in the classes that I'm having, not classes, integrations I have a couple of times a week here, just a few souls, that when we're reading different I have the original books. And so when we're reading something, whatever it is, Gita or Bhagavatam we've been reading, that someone who's reading it from his computer instead of a book, invariably we find differences. And although the claim is this is the earliest edition, it turns out not to be.
Okay.
I found that several times with the Bhagavatam and with the Gita. So I'm not so sure where, you can really get the originals except from Krishna books. Veda Guya, who's in charge there, you can get from him.
Yeah.
Or you can get from Ekanath, might be able to supply something. Or there's what's the Vanapedia. I think they're pretty accurate. But you see so many changes in the book constantly going on. So it depends on how far back you go when you claim this is an original.
Krishnamurti did a really good side-by-side comparison with Vanapedia.
Yeah, we did. I do that not on purpose, but I find that it happens anyway. And what it demonstrates to me, and I've looked at all these different kinds of corrections, which are very frequently don't completely change the meaning, but very subtly change the emphasis that Srila Prabhupada is putting on something, which as far as I'm concerned is his voice, which he speaks in a certain reason, a certain way, to make something emphatic, to make a point, to drive a point home through our thick skulls, So I figure that's not good to change a word or two around, to change the emphasis or change the direction in which the logic and reasoning was going. And I see that comes up frequently. And I call it changing for the sake of changing. And that's what Srila Prabhupada called the change disease.
Yeah.
The change disease means to change for the sake of changing. He said about you Americans is if you walked on your hands, you would just to be different. So this desire to change is very prevalent in the Western world.
I was introduced to a really interesting edit the other day because Rita Prabhu is writing his book, his life with Srila Prabhupada, chapter 18, verse 66. I'm looking in my personal Bhagavad Gita as it is from Macmillan. It is, what edition is it? It's 1972, second printing, 1972.
Yeah, there were six or seven printings.
Okay. Yeah, this is the second.
Verse? What verse?
Chapter 18, verse 66. The famous 1866. And in the second paragraph, I was really surprised. In the 8th chapter, it was said that only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. And I'm thinking, that's 728. Yesham tvanta katam papam jananam punya karmanam. To those who have engaged, who are freed from sinful reactions, they can engage themselves in my service with determination. So this is clearly an error. So
why?
I mean,
why? Because Srila Prabhupada repeats things. He repeats things frequently and different ways. I mean, I remember talking to one lady who said, I don't Bhagavatam, the problem with Bhagavatam is Srila Prabhupada, he keeps repeating himself because that's what you do to make a point. So basic principles will come up over and over and over again. In fact, a progressive study of Gita, then Bhagavatam, the Chaitanya Charitamrita will reveal certain initial concepts in the Gita that are completely expanded in Bhagavatam, for example, the teachings of let's see, what's the third canto? What's his name? Anyway, he's teaching. I noticed that the verses there actually resemble second chapter, but expanded in great detail. Teachings of Devahuti, and the ideas are like ABCs, or like 2 + 2 = 4. That's there in geometry or calculus also, but they're far more elaborately applied or explained. You see what I'm saying? The same the same basic concept becomes expanded as we go progressively from the Gita to the Bhagavatam and then finally to the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Teachings, Kapila Dev, incarnation, teaching his mother. And those verses have to do with the movements of the psychological movements of the living entities and karma and all these things are really should we say, more advanced information or education in the same terms or the same concepts that we find in the Bhagavad Gita. So that makes it ABC. ABC doesn't mean unimportant or less important. It just means the beginning. ABCs, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, we're going to find in, in Bhagavatam. And then X, Y, Z, that's in Chaitanya Charitamrita and Brahma Samhita. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'd like to know specifically where in the 8th chapter a verse at all resembles anything as clear as 728, because 728 clearly says persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful reactions are completely eradicated and who are freed from the duality of delusion, engage themselves in my service with determination. And this is being quoted in the 8th chapter. It was said that only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. So maybe I'm not getting it. I'm giving myself the benefit of the doubt that I'm not getting it, but I want to get it. So I want to understand. Okay, well, if it's not 728, then which verse is Prabhupada talking about here?
Oh, he's talking about 8th chapter, and you're wondering which verse he's actually talking about.
Yeah, because to me this sounds like 728.
Oh,
the last verse of the 7th chapter.
Oh, well, you know what? You know Gita better than me. I can't answer that question.
No.
I cannot answer that question. We'd have to do the research on it. But
Yeah.
I do say that frequently ideas are repeated by Srila Prabhupada.
I get that. Yeah, I understand. Another one because I'm just starting to enter into this, because in the beginning, in 1992, I was serving at the Krishna House in Gainesville for 6 months, and I overheard that Jayadvaita Maharaj had done some edits. So I went to his trailer there in Alachua, and he handed me, I don't know, 5 or 10 pages, and I looked at them, and as I looked at them, and I discovered that, one paragraph was meant to be in another purport, and I learned that the sea journey was actually coming from churning of the sea.
Right.
So I just wanted to make it clear with you, Rupanuga Prabhu, it's not that you're completely, blatantly against every single restoration that's been done with the Gita. You just don't want excessive editing, correct?
What I'm saying is there's some, like you just quoted, they're really transcription errors, like churning of the sea, and
Right.
the other one, the Planet of the Trees. I mean, these things are supposed to be corrected, but when? They're supposed to be corrected between editions, not after the author has disappeared.
Correct.
And the editors are supposed to go to the author, Srila Prabhupada, between printings and say, Srila Prabhupada, this is something we think should be corrected. Is that okay?
Right. Okay. Now another thing that was explained to me, I'm happy I can run some of this by you, although it's pretty late now, I understand, is that in that 68 edition of Bhagavad Gita, Macmillan allegedly did not want a Bhagavad Gita that was 1,000 pages long. So they kind of like pressured Prabhupada to have it quite, I don't want to say butchered, but big chunks were taken out of it, right?
Yes. Ray Rama edited it. Ray Rama took the manuscript, the complete manuscript that Macmillan was to publish later, which was given to them in the first place, but was reduced by their editors to the 1968 version, which had no Sanskrit, had no word. There was no Sanskrit in the original either. That came later by Hare Krishna. But there was no purports in many verses.
Right.
And I had to teach that course without the purports.
Wow. So you were really listening closely to Super Soul to get the purport.
I was certainly reading very carefully. But the point is that many purports were missing.
Right.
No verses were missing. The verses were okay. There was the English. There was no transliteration. There was no word for word, nothing. It was just English and purports. That was it.
Right. So I heard that later in the 72 edition, when a restoration was taking place, if I'm correct, a restoration from all that was missing. Now we have the Sanskrit. Now we have.
Okay, 1969, Srila Baba had a meeting in Boston. Prajumya was there. Jai Daughter was there. Kirtananda was there. And Srila Baba announced that I have plans to publish, I want to publish the Bhagavad Gita in full, on a full expanded edition, complete edition. I want to publish the complete edition, which is what, and then at that point he said to Hargreava, you have gone over the changes that Macmillan made in the verses. They had made some editing in the English. And he said to Hargreava, what is your opinion? And Hargreava said, I think they did quite well. I like what they did. He said, okay, we will use those translations. We will have Prajumya do the Sanskrit and the word for word, and we will publish an expanded, complete edition of this Bhagavad Gita. That was Srila Prabhupada's statement in a nutshell at that meeting in 1969 in Boston.
Okay.
And Jai Daughter was sitting, listen, Jai Daughter was sitting right there. He was right there when Srila Prabhupada explained what he wanted to do. And he assigned Hargreava to take those verses and we'll carry them over and include them in the expanded edition.
And you don't think anything was missed?
I'm telling you how Srila Prabhupada trusted Hargreava's word.
Okay.
Hargreava had a master's degree in English. He was the editor of his school paper.
Right.
He was a well-known poet amongst his peers.
Mm-hmm.
He was educated in the literary use of the English language. Jayadvaita Prabhu, or Maharaj, didn't finish high school.
Uh-huh.
When I was in high school, I wrote essays based on Keats, Alfred Lord, no, who was it? Keats and Shakespeare and Beowulf and all these other things. We were studying those books.
Right.
When I was in 9th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And Hargreava had a master's degree in English, and he was an instructor in English. So Srila Prabhupada trusted his opinion.
Mm-hmm. So if you listen to that very early recording of Prabhupada sitting in his room, which I understood that introduction to the Bhagavad Gita was just Prabhupada by himself sitting in the room, and he dictated the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita, correct?
I wasn't there.
Okay, that's the story I heard. Anyway, I believe there, at the end of the introduction, Prabhupada is speaking the Gita Mahatmya, but in this 1972 edition, those Gita Mahatmya verses, where, you know, Arjuna is compared to a calf and drinking the cow of Krishna, that wasn't included in the 72 edition, but now it's been put in. So I don't know the whole story of, I mean, I realize a lot of research has to be done. Why?
You mean that was included in the later edition? It was included in the introduction, and it wasn't included in the earlier edition.
No, it's not in the 72 edition. No.
Is the English included, or any reference at all?
That's a good question.
What's missing? What's missing?
The Sanskrit is missing.
And what else?
I'll see if the English is missing.
Well, that's important. Anyway, my point is that Hargreava was operating under contract, okay? Which means
Sanskrit. Yes, go on, I'm listening.
What did you say?
The English is here, but not the Sanskrit.
Then the English is there.
But not the Sanskrit.
But it doesn't matter.
Okay, Prabhupada spoke it.
It doesn't really matter because whatever's there is okay. People are going to get it without the Sanskrit. Okay. And let me explain to you. An editor who has a contract with a publisher has to meet certain rules and regulations. 1,000-page book is a lot of pages.
Right.
To get in all that Srila Prabhupada wanted. In that meeting in 1969, he made it clear he wanted all of it. Word for word, the Sanskrit guide for pronunciation, all that had to go in, plus an index, which made the book 1,000 pages.
Yeah, made it 980.
Higher has he had a limit. He had a limit.
981. That's what it is. Yeah.
He had a limit, which he was trying to keep. After all, remember, Macmillan had already reduced the manuscript to that little paperback in 1968. And Srila Prabhupada wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted it back to the way he gave it to them. But the reason they decided to do it was because he had such good sales on that first edition.
Right.
And that convinced them that he was a person of importance. In fact, they wanted to do an autobiography, a biography on Srila Prabhupada personally. Macmillan Company proposed to Srila Prabhupada. They could see he was such a great personality because his books were selling like anything. So they wanted to do a biography on him. They were going to pay for it. They were going to distribute it. They were going to print whatever he wanted to print, and they were going to have whatever disciples he wanted write it. They proposed that to Srila Prabhupada. He was not interested. He was not interested in his biography.
A whole little book just on Prabhupada.
I'm saying
it was going to be included.
Macmillan Company why little? Macmillan Company was going to publish as big as they wanted, and they were going to distribute it through all of their distribution centers, which is quite wide.
Yeah.
And still, Srila Prabhupada was not interested.
Why do you think that is? Besides,
I'm not going to speculate on Srila Prabhupada's mind. Speculating mind the Acharya is an offense, but I have an opinion. I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
That it wasn't important to Srila Prabhupada. It was more important for everything else he was doing. He wanted to call attention not to him, but to Krishna.
Sure,
but he didn't. Of course, listen. He gave so much information about his previous life, his family life, his children, so many things. His life in Britain. He already told us in bits and pieces throughout his lectures and throughout his books. My opinion is he saw no reason to put it all together. He had already given us everything he thought we needed to know about him, including his private life as a grahasta. He made a number of statements. For example, in the storefront, the situation of drugs came up because one of the godbrothers had committed suicide because he had taken too many drugs before and he couldn't control his mind. It was too much. Wow. So, in that connection, Srila Prabhupada was talking. He said, his father was a pure devotee. That we know. He made that clear. My father had to have his dram up until the end.
His what? His dram?
His dram, which is 1,000 mgs or whatever you call it. Okay. Up until the end. That is an opiate type of thing to get given in India. It's for pain. So when my wife got ill with cancer and the pain was there, I assured her, I said, look, Srila Prabhupada's father was a pure devotee. Yeah. And he took this medicine, so you can take it. To relieve her, because she did not want to lose any consciousness. She did not want to lose anything. So, but those kind of things kind of reduced your awareness because of the pain. Cancer is painless, painful. Okay, so what I'm saying is, Srila Prabhupada told us that personal affair. He once said, "I'm 70 years old and I still have all my teeth." What's that got to do with the Gita, right? What's that got to do? It's got to do with Srila Prabhupada's love for us. Okay? Just like he puts all his love in his bhajan, so we can hear the sound of love of God. Okay? So he was like a father. He was talking with us, like he would say things like that. That's how I found out he had 5 children. That's why I found out he really didn't love his wife, but she was a really good wife, he said.
But he found another one that was more beautiful. But
his father said, no, you don't want to have it. But he told that story before it got in a book.
Right.
So, the relationship between Srila Prabhupada and his disciples is based on love above all.
Sure.
It's based on love. And that loving relationship he established early on out of gratitude for the devotees, the people who were coming in, whoever they were, to help him establish his movement. And then all the others who helped him spread it. All very dear to Srila Prabhupada.
Do you mind me asking you, since you go back to the history of 26 Second Avenue, you were there 3 months after Prabhupada arrived or something like that. I remember personally myself, when the Lilamrita volumes were coming off the press, I was eating them up. I was like loving, I'm ashamed to, I don't know if I should be ashamed, but I was relishing them even more than reading Prabhupada's Bhagavatam, to read about Prabhupada, the personality. I was wondering, for yourself, did you read any of those and did you enjoy them, or did you find that they weren't so accurate? Do you have a view?
Did you read in the Lamrita how Srila Prabhupada was Nityasiddha?
I can't say that was actually made so clear.
It wasn't. What was made clear is a superficial story of a young man who became a businessman who met his spiritual master and worked his way up. It made Srila Prabhupada into a sadhana bhakta. He's a Nityasiddha. That's one thing I disagree with. It wasn't clear who Srila Prabhupada was. And that we got from him. Not that we're speculating, but he told us things about him that weren't included in that book. Another thing I found, which I consider a great offense, was speculating on the mind of the Acharya. And here's how it worked. Srila Prabhupada walked out into the street, and the birds were chirping, and it was a bright day, and it was very warm, and Srila Prabhupada was dressed nicely, so like that. That's all speculating on the mind of the Acharya, what he saw, what he perceived. So that when a professor reviewed that book, he said, "This is not a biography. This is a romance."
Let me ask you a question. Then what is?
I'm not finished.
Okay, I'm listening.
And then, in Back to Godhead, Satsarup came up with a rebuttal to that. But this person knew what he was talking about, because that's not a biography when you put yourself in the person that you're writing about. Do you understand? That becomes a novel. See, but yet it's called a Lamrita, like it's some kind of a shastra or something, and still being printed. So, in my mind, as radical as I am, as orthodox as I am, that was not a proper biography. Macmillan would have done a better job. And the devotees understood, but he didn't want it because he didn't care about it. It wasn't important to him because he already gave us enough about his personal life that he wanted us to know. In fact, one of the rules is you don't ask about the past life of a Vaishnava. You don't do that. And yet, all these men went out for years who have cost them millions of dollars to interview all kinds of people to talk about what they thought about Srila Prabhupada before he even came to America. Before he manifested himself as the world Acharya. Okay? These things are very subtle, but to me, they're gross. I can see through it. I've always seen through it from day one. For me, the way to save Srila Prabhupada is to save him as perfectly as we can, without any changes, done by our own taste.
I'm not a writer, but I'm inquiring. when is the use of, I guess, because you're saying this is not a biography, this is a romance.
That's what the professor said who reviewed it. But,
Right.
and the Satsarup sent the book to him for review. But he
Okay.
didn't like what he said.
Huh. So where does poetic license come into play? What does that mean, and how does that apply?
What license?
Poetic license.
Poetic license? Poetic license is it's a mundane term. It doesn't really, if you can apply it at all in a transcendental way, it has to do with the verses of Bhagavatam that say, even if irregularly composed, still we accept as it is written by a great acharya, like that. So that may be, so Asya Prayoga, one of the translations of that is the privilege of the sages. What is that privilege? That their works aren't changed after their disappearance. That's the privilege of the sages. That's one way to translate Asya Prayoga. And that's the cover I wanted him to put on that. I wanted him to call it privilege of the sages. But he called it Asya Prayoga, which nobody knows what it means. They have to start reading the book. But Asya Prayoga means you don't change, you leave it as it is. You leave it as it is. And that doesn't mean typographical errors. That doesn't, like he told Brahmananda, we don't want to have our books shabby. We don't want people, these books are printed for the intellectual class also. He was trying to preach to everybody. So it had to be done nicely. It's not that, planted the trees and all these kind of things, but that got through everybody. After all, Srila Prabhupada preached 250 lectures around the world from that Bhagavad Gita, and nobody said a word to him about planet of the trees or stirring the ocean, whatever that mixing that was. Nobody said anything to him from in the movement or out of the movement about any changes that were always there all along and somehow manifested after his disappearance.
But isn't it also due to our lack of due to our naivety, due to our lack of our ignorance?
What? Everybody's listening. Everybody in the movement was reading those books that got Bhagavad every day. Everybody was writing writing lecture articles for BTG on it. Everybody was giving lectures on it, and you and others were memorizing verses from it. Yeah. So the editors were doing the same thing. Yeah. Everybody else, they were going to class, they were writing books, they were writing articles. Everybody was busy on that Bhagavad Gita, but yet, not one person came forward to suggest to Srila Prabhupada any changes. There's no record of it. But all of a sudden, hundreds and hundreds manifested after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. 5 years later, in 1982, the work started. On all the changes were made. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm pointing out the incongruity here. This is not logical.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't make any sense to think. It went through at least six editions, that Gita. And between editions is when the editors sit down together and they say, you know what? Before we publish the next edition or the next printing, we should make some changes.
Right. Prabhupada said that. Hari Sari told me that. But between editions, that's when, before the next publication goes out, you should make provide those edits.
That's common sense. That's just publishing. That's standard in publishing.
And then I asked him, I said, so when is enough enough? And he said, that's up to the BBT and the GBC.
No, it's not. Because Doretta said that it's going to go on until our careers end, or we become infirm, or we pass away. We're going to, but by the time we end our lives, we're going to make sure that there'll be no more corrections after us. That means they're going on still making corrections on their books. They are editing and re-editing their own books. What is there left to edit? See, it was all done before Srila Prabhupada left. So that's all editing's on the same thing he left behind. The only thing that can be new and this is important, the paperbacks are compilations of Srila Prabhupada's lectures. And I've seen that they have to do some editing. Like, for example, I went and I read Raja Vidya, page 41, where Srila Prabhupada talks about the Rakshasas. I happened to hear the lecture where they got that from. So I was able to make a little comparison.
Right.
I found that they did a good job. They put together a bunch of ideas that were scattered out a little bit, and they put it all in the same paragraph, and it was very effective. It was very clear that way. I didn't look, word for word. I just know that particular section about the Rakshasas was well done. I don't know who did it, and I don't know, and I hope all its paperbacks are edited to that standard. I cannot say. But I do remember that I was reading a paperback a few years ago when I was waiting for my mother in a doctor's office, and I was reading it, and I just felt this is not, something's missing here. There's a voice here missing, and that's Srila Prabhupada's compassion. It was like the author was beating the reader on the head. It just didn't come across like Srila Prabhupada. I couldn't put my finger on it, and I didn't have another edition, earlier edition. It was, I think it was Beyond Birth and Death. I didn't have an earlier edition of it, but I'm just giving you an opinion. I sensed something was missing, and that's called a voice. And Srila Prabhupada's voice and the revised edition of the Bhagavad Gita has definitely been obscured. And it's done in very easy ways. It can be done with a comma. It can be done with removing something that's considered redundant when it was put in there for emphasis. Srila Prabhupada put a lot of emphasis into his preaching, into his writing, when he's trying to make points. That's why there's so many therefores. And because, you'll find many becauses and many therefores, because Srila Prabhupada is making a conclusion, and he says therefore, and he's saying giving cause, because when he's explaining, so everyone can understand. Srila Prabhupada was, his preaching was perfect. He once said to Yadu, he says, he said, mistakes? How can I make any mistakes? I'm simply preaching. Another time he said someone was supposed, is he supposed to climb it? He says, he's a mistake.
Response to what?
Somebody was saying, someone was saying to Srila Prabhupada that the duty of this devotee was to be an editor to find mistakes. And Srila Prabhupada said, he's a mistake.
That's classic. Yeah.
He was talking about one of his disciples?
Yeah. Well, editorial staff.
Okay.
I'll give you his name, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't Yadu, it was somebody else who's no longer there.
Jagannath Sutta, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. And then when Radha Ballava, who was a manager, production manager, went to Srila Prabhupada with his regular report. In the report, he indicated we've saved $5,000 now by releasing some members of the staff. And Srila Prabhupada said, you're paying salaries? He caught him. You're paying salaries? We don't pay salaries. The scientists don't get salaries. He was talking about BI.
Yeah, true.
We don't pay salaries. And I read to you the other day where Srila Prabhupada said, if a person gets paid for service, it's not good because he ends up serving the money and not the cause.
Right.
That's
He can become compromised because he may be worried to speak the truth because he's going to miss his paycheck.
Or we find that as a society, as ISKCON as an organization has very much become a means of livelihood for many members.
Oh, 100%.
Anyway, how do we get on this? I don't mean to.
Shuddha Sindhu has been extremely patient. I'm sorry for cutting you off earlier, Shuddha Sindhu. You had a question or a comment to make. Could you please do that now?
Yeah, I just want to ask just now about Vanipedia, how accurate it is. And then Rupanuga Swami said it's quite accurate. So it's all right. So it's quite accurate.
So what is accurate? Excuse me?
Wanipedia. I want to ask about Wanipedia. How accurate is it?
Oh,
So,
the Vani,
Rupanuga, on
Vanipedia.
Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, how accurate are the quotes from Prabhupada? And I think Rupanuga Swami said that it's quite accurate, right? Rupanuga
Well,
does.
I don't use it,
Uh-huh.
You don't use it.
but
Oh.
I'm sure it's a lot better than Wikipedia.
No,
Wikipedia.
Wanipedia.
Oh, he's
Wanipedia.
making a joke. He's saying that he's sure that Vanipedia is much better than Wikipedia.
You know, Wikipedia, maybe she doesn't know Wiki, but Wikipedia, I've looked at a number of times and found it to be very,
Flawed.
I should say lopsided.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But as far as Vanipedia goes, whenever I have looked at it a couple times, I have actually gone there when I couldn't find anything. And I found it seemed very accurate to me, but I haven't used it very much. Just a few times. I think they're doing a good job and they're putting everything together in a logical way. But I must add, and I know I'm going to sound like a old-fashioned when I say this, but I personally feel that the best way to store Srila Prabhupada's knowledge is on paper.
Uh-huh.
Because all you need is a candle or daylight to read a book. You don't need electricity. And to use a computer, you've got to have it. And computers crash and servitors change their allegiances. They're being paid to do certain things. It's really hard to depend on the computer alone for, shall we say, saving knowledge. So it's better, in my opinion, to have the books, the latest, I should say, the earliest editions, which is certainly clear of any shall we say, controversies about changes. I personally have a set of the Bhagavatams that were published by Krishna Books Incorporated, which are the exact original books, only they're a little smaller. They have the same paintings, and they haven't been changed. And I find they're perfectly useful.
Yeah,
So,
I have a set of Srimad
to me, it's important to have Srila Prabhupada's teachings in book form, because the books can't be again revised, and they can always be kept and saved. And I don't think Srila Prabhupada ever wanted to have any substitutes for his books.
Mm-hmm.
Yet I find a lot of devotees are overly dependent on electronics.
Yes, that's a fact. And the thing is,
I have one more question. I read somewhere on Facebook, somebody wrote something that Prabhupada mentioned that if one is not free from sex desire, he or she should not pass Canto 2 in Srimad Bhagavatam. Is that true?
In the third canto itself, there's a statement that one who is having illicit sex cannot get past the third canto, which means they won't be able to understand anything past the third canto. It's in the third canto. I read it years ago, but I remember that distinctly. And he also said, this is important, sex disturbance is the permanent disease of the Western people.
Wow.
That means if one is not free from sex desire, cannot pass Canto 2 or Canto 3 in the Srimad Bhagavatam. That means cannot read past Canto 2 or Canto 3.
I don't know if Srila Prabhupada said that, but I do know what it says in third canto about what I just said. You won't be able to get to you. In other words, you won't be able to understand past the third canto if you're engaging in illicit sex. Now, the sins are arranged in a hierarchy. The preliminary sin is called illicit sex. The next just listen. A greater sin is called intoxication. And a still greater sin is called gambling. And the topmost sin is meat eating. So they're arranged in a hierarchy, and the preliminary sin is illicit sex. However, the preliminary sin is so important is for the reason I just told you, and because they're the shackles of this material world. The relationship between male and female is there throughout all 8,400,000 species. It's the shackles of this material world. And it happens to be the permanent disease of the Western people. And it also happens to be the thing that gives Western people the most trouble. And it's also the same troubles popping up in India. All the people who fall down invariably have to do with illicit sex. If they're either with their wives or with somebody else. So it's very difficult to overcome a disease of that nature.
Yeah.
And Srila Prabhupada says that it can be done through association with Shastra, association with Krishna and his pastimes. So it's no small thing. It is a big thing, and it's a big thing in this country. Srila Prabhupada says a man cannot work unless he has a facility for sex at night. Yeah. He's talking about materialistic civilization. It's a big impetus because he says it's a perverted reflection of Radha Krishna and the impetus that Radharani gives Krishna. Mm-hmm. It's pervertedly reflected in this world of a sex life between men and women. But Krishna is so kind that he arranges for the Grihastha ashram. And Srila Prabhupada says to the brahmacharis, well, you can get married, but it's like going to the feast and not being able to eat something.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? Yet at the same time, this movement started with grihasthas. And Srila Prabhupada said, I'm making grihasthas. My Guru Maharaj made sannyasis. Right. But I'm making grihasthas. Because the Western world is not prepared for renunciation. They're not prepared. It's not something within their the vocabulary, it's not within their culture. What they have to learn is how to dovetail their family life. That's why Srila Prabhupada said, not everybody has to join this society. We want them to take the idea and introduce it in their private lives.
Right.
But my understanding, illicit sex is not between husband and wife. If it's husband and wife, it's not considered as illicit sex, right?
That's not correct. Illicit sex between husband and wife is when it's done for anything other than procreation. The 5th or 6th day after menopause, a month's menstrual cycle, the wife is the most fertile. In Vedic culture, the husband has sex with the wife once a month at that time. And after she's pregnant, there's no sex. But sex between grihasthas done simply for sense enjoyment is illicit. And that's a high standard for West. But that's what it was. When I first saw the notice posted on the storefront wall, I was a householder. I had a 2-year-old son. And when I saw no illicit sex, I thought the same thing you just said. But I found out shortly that it applied to extra relationships between husband and wife. And it's very difficult for Western people mind or people outside of India culture even to understand that. But it's for the purpose of begetting a good child. And if a man is celibate till he gets married, in his early 20s, let's say, then the birth of a son is guaranteed. These things have been said by Srila Prabhupada, but I've heard them.
So did you hear from Prabhupada that illicit sex, and then I think you said intoxication, and then gambling?
Yeah.
And
yeah. Hold on a second. I've got my card here.
So those are the degrees of severity of.
That's the hierarchy.
Uh-huh.
I gave it to you once before. I can give you. Hold on a second here. get it. See if I got it here. I can give you the.
Varying degrees of ignorance.
Well, hold on a second. 1 second here. Anyway, I can't give you the Sanskrit names. It's
Right.
Adhika, Adipatika. There's different names, but that's the right category. Starting with illicit sex, then intoxication, then gambling, then meat eating, in that order of severity.
Severity, yeah.
But all are to be followed.
So you heard this from Prabhupada personally, because if I wanted,
No, I didn't. I don't see. I had it out here.
from the books, you figure from the books.
Yeah, I copied it.
Okay.
I copied it. I didn't hear it from a lecture. I don't. If I did, I wrote it down, but I don't have it in front of me right now. I'm looking for it, but I guarantee you, it's bona fide.
No, I'm not doubting you. It's just if I ever want to quote something, people are going to start hammering me.
Okay, well, give me a second, and I'll give you. Looking in my file here.
Where does Prabhupada say that? Where did you get that from? That's
Yeah,
what
right. Of course, that's an excuse. It's often an excuse they use on his disciples. So they don't have to listen. So hold on a second. I find that all the time. I just don't bother with it.
Can I make a point, Cordos?
Go ahead, Prabhu.
The point that Damadaji made is one problem that I've discovered within this society of devotees and householders is that many of them wrongly assume that no illicit sex means sex outside of marriage. So once we're married, even though we're devotees, it's okay if we have sex. But that's not the ISKCON I joined. Because when I met the devotees in the 70s, it was very clear to me what they meant. And that was, to me, of course, that was extreme, but I always knew that that was Prabhupada's standard. And over the years, especially since Prabhupada's left the planet, it seems to me, and I'm just telling you because I talk to householders, that they've fostered a misconception about what this means. So they think that no illicit sex means, oh, well, we're devotees. That means it's illicit now, even if it's not for children. No, that's not the ISKCON. That was not the standard that was established by Srila Prabhupada. But unfortunately, it seems to me, I'm not going to say everybody, but that's fostered this misconception amongst householders.
One story I heard is that one god sister, when Prabhupada saw her, she said, "Oh, Srila Prabhupada gave it my husband because he was too much after sex life." And the Prabhupada allegedly said to her, "Oh, you could not satisfy him?"
Oh, well,
Prabhupada said, a woman may leave a fallen husband. But now we have to understand what fallen means.
Right.
When he was asked on a morning walk, and I recorded this in my own hand, by an honest householder on a morning walk, he says, what if we have illicit sex, Srila Prabhupada? Srila Prabhupada answered, you fast 3 days.
Wow.
So it wasn't the end of the world, see. But this honest householder asked Srila Prabhupada, and that's the answer he got. So if somebody wants to fast and fast and fast, they get pretty skinny.
When I read,
Go ahead.
When I read Srimad Bhagavatam, I finished the whole set. But some I may forget, some I may understand, some I may not understand. I think I understand more on the story part and the spiritual master. And then suddenly I read what's written out on the Facebook. But initially, before I take shelter with my Guru Maharaj, of course, sometimes we have that sex desire, but it's only in the mind, not in practical, because I haven't had this sex for more than 10 years. So sometimes it comes in the mind, especially after menstrual cycle, it just comes in the mind.
Right.
But then I have finished reading, the whole set. So what does this imply on me?
No, I'm saying the reason the sexual desire is so strong in a woman is because that's when she's most fertile. After the fourth or fifth or sixth day after the menstrual cycle's over, that's when she has the most sexual desire. That's nature. That's nature. That's the way things are made. And that starts when she hits puberty. Now, Srila Prabhupada married his wife when she was, I forget. She was, no. Her first child came when she was either 11 or 14. I don't remember. But he married her when she was very young. And that's the way he did things in those days, because he said psychologically it's very important for a woman to know, I've got my husband. So these girls would know well in advance that they had their husband.
Right.
And it's very important because more women are born all over the world than men.
Uh-huh.
And that's why in Vedic culture, a widow would not remarry, because that would take a chance away from an unmarried girl, a younger girl. So the society was against remarriage for that reason, so that all the girls could have a chance to have a husband. I mean, I don't know why we're talking. I thought this was common knowledge. I mean, I'm just surprised that this is coming up. I'm just trying to explain to you what I've understood from Srila Prabhupada about these things.
And I think I'm going to have to call it quits because it's after midnight. But I want to thank everyone for coming, and we'll do it again with we'll be on verse number 2 for the Sri Ishopanishad this Friday.
I'll see if I can find the Sanskrit. I couldn't find it.
Maybe you can bring it for next time.
Yeah, the technical words, but I got it straight in terms of order.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much, Rupanuga Prabhu. I got to take better care of you because I'm not helping your health by keeping you up so late like this.
My health is such right now. I'm kind of upside down anyway. It doesn't matter. I keep different hours. When you get over 80, time seems to be going into a time warp, at least for me.
Well, no, I don't want to be responsible for you going back to Gaudiya sooner than you need to.
Well, I'm not blaming you. I blame everybody here. I think we're all getting something out of this. So,
Sure it is.
Wouldn't be here.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very grateful to you. And I know Jai Madhava, he's come all the way from Siberia just to be with you. And now Ananda Hari, he's come all the way from Ireland to be with you. And Shuddha Sindhu has come all the way from Malaysia to be with you.
And I'm going all the way they are to be with them. That's what's the point. Otherwise, I'm just by myself.
Yeah. Do you have your own house, or do you live in housing, or?
I have a house.
Oh, good.
Purchased with inheritance.
Oh, good.
Small house, I can manage it.
Uh-huh.
But it was built in 2008. It's in good shape.
Oh, great. Yeah, love to come and visit you one day, but I'm not going to be taking shots and tests and jabs. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see you for Friday. We'll continue going through the Ishopanishad.
Oh, it's a show, Prabhupada. Thank you.
Panchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripasindubhya Evacha Patitananga Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Gaura Prabhu.
Thank you, Nanda Hari Prabhu. Please try to bring more luck of the Irish with you next time, okay? Spread the word.
It was 3 a.m. when I.
Oh, you're gonna have only hardcore listeners. 3 a.m.
I'll try on Friday if we can get here earlier as well.
Now you have the email, so you can write to him if you have personal questions.
Yeah, and thank you. I must say I've really enjoyed the whole Krishna's plan and the.
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear you. There's about 20 videos there for Krishna's plan.
Yeah, I've been sharing it with anyway, we've been discussing it as well. So it's been
Very happy to hear that because Pradyumna and I, we put a lot of time and effort into those, and so, I mean, we're not the loser, but maybe more people could benefit from hearing them. And what's unique about those recordings is that they're the counter narrative that you'll never hear in ISKCON media, because for some reason, unbeknownst to me, they only promote the mainstream media view that everyone should take the jab and it's a very good decision. And it's like, no, it's not. This is dangerous stuff. We're going to see down the line horrendous. I mean, it's already there. So many people have been disabled, dead. I don't get it. Did you ever watch? You're a much younger man than I. I don't know if there used to be a TV series when we were young called The Twilight Zone.
Yeah, that's how I felt in the last few years. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like another world. There's no reference point.
Yeah.
And, I don't want to make Vaishnava aparad to any of my god brothers, but when I see them advertising experimental, and they're not even vaccines because they don't stop transmission, they don't build immunity naturally. They produce all these spike proteins, which then causes the body to react with blood platelets, which causes blood clotting, and on and on and on. I mean, I'm up to here. Go ahead.
I think on the other side, I think it's devotees that saw through it, more than anyone. I know some devotees went along with it, but it was because I work in the secular world, and so it's really it's the devotees that really got it. I think of all the devotees I know, I know one or two that took the injections maybe, but
Yet at Bhaktivedanta Manor, devotees were told, if you don't take all the jabs, you can't stay here.
Yeah, there's a whole discussion. I don't really like recording so
Okay.
much on YouTube.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't mind because it's
Well,
nice.
let's see. Maybe I can stop. I'm afraid that if I stop the recording, I'm going to end up deleting everything. So,
Oh, right. Okay.
But,
Well,
what
it's nice to be in touch.
what we can do is we can end this, and then if you want, we can come back instantly, and we won't be recording.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.